Good evening, ladies, gentlemen. I think I've finally fixed the bloody unmute function, so you can now hear me instead of just having to guess what I'm saying. I mean, it's all part of the fun. You can dub over me like it's a bad movie if on the previous VODs that I've done. Anyway, rambling aside, welcome to Final Fantasy XIV Heavensward Part 4, Subparagraph 5, Section 7. Yeah, we're cracking on. So, in case you weren't here last night, when I did another stream, we found the Moogles. Estinian was a sourpuss, Mr. No Fun Allowed. Ysayle was all... she was trying to basically stuff a Moogle in a backpack and take it with her. And now we're about to make contact with Heavensward, the big dragon dude. The big dragon boss dude. And ask him, if he would give peace a chance. It's probably not going to go very well. I mean, this is a lot like a level 54 quest or something like that. And the expansion goes up to level 60. So I somehow think, I just have this sneaking suspicion that he's probably like, get fucked. Not a chance. I'm going to kill all you. Well, one can hope, though. Anyway, happy Friday. I do indeed have a mug of beer here. It's a Beavertown Heavy Gravity, which feels very appropriate for the area that we're currently in. Also, I'm going to turn on the music. I had it off briefly before. There we go. Right, let's go say hello to the big guy. Hopefully his reaction to us turning up isn't, aha, my delivery of my takeout has arrived. He's gonna look at us like a box of popcorn chicken. Yeah, if you missed the stream as well, we're now in the place called Zenith, which is like really at the top of the floating island chain, even beyond the beyond the mountain we climbed previously. And I'll say this before we head up, it really does feel like it's been quite a long journey to get here, and that's a good thing. That's a good feeling to have. It feels like it's taken a substantial amount of effort. We don't go this way, we go back this way. It really does feel like you've been on a very long journey to get to this point. And this place is awesome as well, all these old ruins. Also, incredibly spooky, ominous, purple, nasty place in the distance. I wonder if we might be going there eventually. Oh, looks like the gang's gathered here. Let's toot that horn. Toot toot. Oh no, I have no idea how to play this thing. I'd love if this whole place just started collapsing from the noise. You like how you hear, you see in fiction, like how someone like yells out really loudly and avalanche happens? Uh-oh. That's 2 pairs of wings. Holy shit. He's got like a tiger, like cat nose, which I was not expecting. He was just having a nap and we've interrupted him.
Either 12. Mine ears hear the tongue of dragons, yet the meaning rings clear within my mind. How can that be?
Google Translate. Draconic, you know? They must have got the Draconic language pack installed by now.
Racevelga, do you not remember me? 'Twas I whom you found in Dravania. I who glimpsed the truth. The truth about your past. About Shiva.
Yeah, you know what, you Sail? You could just, like, sit this one out.
But speak it I must. I have summoned Shiva's soul from the beyond and offered myself as her vessel. She has made her heart known to me.
You Sail, just saying, quit it.
I have surrendered mine to her. Do you not see, my love? I am Shiva reborn.
Do you have no... Look, you see, I like you, generally speaking, but you might want to just, you know, shut that pie hole of yours.
Then the spirit that answered me.
I'm remembering a line. It's from Deus Ex, but it's a quote of an actual philosopher. And it goes something to the effect of, if God did not exist, man would create him. And that's what Shiva's... Well, that's what Ysaele's done here.
Be that as it may, Lord Hraesvelgr, Izel's desire to heal the rift between man and dragon is real, and it has borne us this far.
You know, he really needs an eye patch. Like, make that man make that dragon a gigantic fucking eye patch.
Kind and yours, the ravages of this senseless war. Pray join your voice to ours in a call for peace and forgiveness.
My Hraesvelgr, what big teeth you have. Oops, time for a flashback. God damn it, King Forden. Just couldn't leave well enough alone. I wonder what culinary skill you need to cook a dragon's eye. Uh-oh. You know, this picture of Needhogger here makes it look like he's playing Snake. You know, he's just going to end up like crashing back into his own tail, and that's what ultimately defeated him. Estinian? No.
Your tale bears scant resemblance to the one I was taught. How convenient that it should absolve your kind of all responsibility. But tell me, dragon, why should I believe your version of events?
Oh boy. You know, I feel like Estinian's going to show off the greatest technique of all dragoons, the ability to put one's foot directly into their mouth.
Ishgard's so-called heretics.
Then, the seed lies within us.
Needhog's got a very, very long list.
Ye gods, I have borne witness to such a transformation. Looked on as a heretic assumed the shape of a dragon. I imagined it some manner of Dravanian enchantment.
This reminds me an awful lot of, I played Neverwinter Nights, and specifically Hordes of the Underdark, and there was a class in that, a hero class, no, prestige class it was called, the Red Dragon Disciple, where they essentially had the same kind of backstory. Long, like, descendants of a lineage from a red dragon, specifically on one side of the family. And they learn to, like, attune themselves to the dragon's blood flow and gain special abilities, including eventually getting a pair of wings.
But if any Ishgardian, regardless of allegiance, has such potential within them, 12 forgive us. To think of all the dragons we've slain.
For now, like, we can keep that to ourselves. I don't think Estinian's ever going to have kids. He's only good with one kind of spear, if you follow my meaning.
Oft have I wondered why Nidhogg did not simply raze Ishgard to the ground. Now I have my answer. He has no intention of winning the Dragonsong War, for it is no war at all, but vengeance. An eternal requiem sung for his murdered sister.
This will sound like a strange tangent, but indulge me a moment. There was a TV show from the 60s, a British TV show, one that I've spoken about before, Captain Scarlet and the Mistrons, and that actually has a very similar premise to this, because in that, the titular Mistrons were attacked by humans in a first strike, because they were just paranoid motherfuckers, and that led to the Mistrons, like, unleashing a war of vengeance, a war of nerves, as it was called in the show, where They could have easily won at any given time, but chose not to, and instead just put humanity through the ringer constantly by sowing fear, paranoia, destruction, terrorism, and eternal vengeance. That's the same kind of premise. And in my opinion, that's far more brutal than just an outright victory.
I have not come this far only to admit defeat. We can still return the eye to Nidhogg and beg forgiveness for our ancestors' crimes. Mayhap our words will sway him.
When you've got a long memory, a very long memory, vengeance is always going to be bitter. So yeah, doesn't surprise me. Bye! Well, we accomplished nothing. Oops. So, your point there, Huda, about Hraesvelgr speaking like that. I've made the joke before about the comparisons between some elements of Heavensward's story and mythos to that of Skyrim. And I was just thinking to myself, imagine if Hraesvelgr was voiced by Charles Martinet. Yes, Charles Martinet of Mario fame, because he voiced the dragon Parthenax in Skyrim. Not his strangest voice acting role in his career, though. Just look up Shadows of Destiny for that. But, yeah. I think the reason like, in Skyrim, like, when Parthenax, for example, spoke, he would speak in the Draconic tongue for a bit and then switch to English occasionally. And I actually think that in terms of, like, making it more accessible for the audience, that was a good idea. Because it just broke up, like, stuff that was otherwise complete gibberish to us and had to be understood through subtitles with something that was comprehensible. Whereas that was just a complete stream of stuff back to back. And it's okay, it's fine, I get it. But anyway. Well, that could have gone better. Your sales like it, well.
What do you propose we do now? I, for one, am intent on continuing to the east.
What is there to be found in the east?
A damn fine pub. I'm guessing Estinian just wants to hit the bar real hard after all this.
Nidhogg's lair, the Eyrie, is said to lie in that direction. And the eye tells me he is near.
You cannot still mean to slay him.
I suppose if peace is not an option, then one must prepare for war.
You cannot still mean to stop me. I have been true to my word and aided you in this fool's errand with Hraesvelgr. But your efforts at parley have come to naught, Lady Iceheart. I would see Ishgard saved, and for that, Nidhogg must die.
With the tale of our ancestors' vile betrayal yet ringing in your ears, you speak of continuing this war?
Nay, lady. I would but pierce its vengeful heart. When Nidhogg dies, this war shall die with him.
That's a big, big fucking assumption.
A moment, Estinian. You yourself spoke of the Great Worm's strength, that you believed him powerful enough to raise your city to the ground. How then are we few to challenge him? Even behind the stout walls of Ishgard, with an army of knights manning the defenses, our victory would be hard won. Yet you propose to contend with the beast in his own lair.
In close combat, this will afford us an advantage. And with 2 Azure Dragoons working in unison, who can say what might be possible?
Wow. Again, I've been joking for a while about how they haven't been acknowledging the fact that I'm a Dragoon, but now they actually have. That's a nice detail. Especially for a voice line.
If we cannot even find the worm, our first task must be to seek out Nidhogg's lair.
The story of this nation grows bloodier by the moment. Must death always be answered with more of the same?
Such is the way of things, I fear. I shall consider it a miracle if mine armor is not stained crimson ere this conflict is ended.
Well, I guess that's that then.
I should be blinded by my own lies. Everything I believed, everything I thought I was, gone. All gone.
Leave her. Your words will not reach her now. And we have not the time to wait for her to gather up the pieces of her shattered faith.
Yeah, that went pretty badly all told. I guess there's nothing for it then. With the ominous nature of the quest accepted music. Right, let's head to the area then. I got new armor for my chocobo, by the way, including that amazing spike on its head. Like, when it's headbutting things, it's now just gonna, like, stab him right in the eye socket. It's great. Anyway, I'll switch up to the Magitech, actually, for a bit. Alright, what way are we taking here? Nope, can't jump over that. Curse you, invisible walls! The dragons designed this area too well. Invisible walls everywhere. Alright. Where to next then? Looks like it's through the settlements and to the east. Nope, not jumping over there. Yeah, I was trying to shortcut the route here, but won't really let me, so let's go this way instead. Do it properly, basically. Can I just say how much I like Hraesvelgr's design, though? I mean, you'd think for, like, a really powerful dragon, they'd just make it bigger, but, I mean, you've got the angelic wings on there, and then also, like I say, the more tiger, feline, lion face, like with a snout particularly. Like, it's very different than what I was expecting. Also, I did note that Hraesvelgr's eye was missing as well, or at least one of them was. So clearly there's more to this tale than we've yet been told. See what comes next. Very nice again for these dragons just to be waiting for me. Well, that's all the enemies defeated. Let's crack on. Oh god, more dinosaurs as well. What I love about the presence of the dinosaurs here is just the fact that if you're going to survive a meteor strike as a dinosaur, of course you'd be on a floating island. It's perfect. It makes perfect sense for how they're all still alive. Alright. Sneaky. A straggler, no less. Nope, no more. Alright, let's crack on. Alright. Might as well unlock this quest while we're here, get some practicing with our Dragoon rotation. That is actually quite a nice change to the Warui. Like, so just for clarity, I actually started playing this after Endwalker came out, and that is a really nice change, especially if you're trying to maneuver out of the way, because you want to still be throwing the spear, of course, like doing the range attacks if you can't be in melee at the time. Anyway, that's another ever current unlocked. I'm still thinking back to that Burning Crusade quest I did back in World of Warcraft way, way long ago when I was young and I still had hair and I wasn't a deeply jaded and bitter and cynical bastard. Where you had to kill like 60 enemies for a single quest or something. It was just complete madness doing that. So boring. I'm very glad that the quest in this game at least tend to be No more than 4, usually.
Is that it?
Ah, the big spooky purple place.
Aye, that would be the Eyrie. I feel Nidhogg's presence through the eye. His caustic hatred gnawing at my soul.
I think his caustic hatred is also just spilling out into the atmosphere.
'Twould seem the death of his consort has put him on guard. Mark how he wards his lair with tempestuous winds.
Tempestuous winds? That's a catastrophic storm front.
A similar barrier once barred our entrance to the primal Garuda's domain, until we discovered the means by which it could be penetrated.
That smile's creepy.
Mayhap it is time we called upon Master Garland. It will be just like the good old days, no?
Yeah, let's get Sid on this. I've always got time for Sid, he's a bro. And again, we'll go for the silver. Alright, back to Ishgard we go then. Alphanar's had a bit of a change of heart though. He's like, well, I guess if we're gonna have to kill him, we're gonna have to kill him, aren't we? Anyway, for the next couple of quests, until at least we get to the area, I'm gonna play as a machinist instead. Back to the manor we go then. Hey, it's the Madeleine again. Alright, off to the airship landing then. At least the Madeleine is like, you know, chilling out and not chasing tail anymore. At least for now, anyway. See, even he grows a little bit as a character. I say that, something terrible was going to happen to him later, isn't it? Hey, there he is, and we got Biggs and Wedge in here as well. The whole gang's arrived. I love that Sid also has his own version of cold weather gear. That's neat. Oh god, Sid, have you got a couple of hours, mate? We've got a lot to relate. It's fine, we'll just have a gun that will shoot Wedge out of it and he'll just hit Nidhogg and he'll explode. Field test! Field test! Whoop, whoop, whoop! Oh hey, the manufactory! That's where I learned how to be a machinist. I wonder if there'll be any job-specific dialogue there. Let's just find out.
Feast your eyes upon our latest and greatest feat of engineering. We call it a mana cutter.
That's Wedge's voice. That's Wedge's fucking voice. Oh my god, that's great. I know Biggs has a really, like, rough and deep voice. So basically, we've got a jet fighter.
After you put down Gaius, Wedge and me struck out on our own for a bit and started work on the successor to the tiny Bronco.
You know who he sounds like? He sounds like Cole Meany, who was Miles O'Brien from Star Trek Next Generation and Deep Space Nine. It's probably not Cole Meany, but still.
Thing, isn't she?
That's great.
My talent for ship design has plainly rubbed off on them.
Is Biggs having, like, stomach issues?
They've adapted the principles of corrupted crystal technology and constructed a mechanism which converts ether from its surroundings into elemental wind. Said wind is then harnessed by the specially engineered sails, providing the craft with propulsion and lift. All in all, a most elegant solution. I'm actually a little upset that I didn't think of it myself.
It's alright, Sid. You can just take the credit as the Garland Ironworks master. That's how all businesses work, right?
The design does, however, come with one small flaw.
So in other words, it's going to be a huge flaw. A real, like... fucking hell.
The energy conversion ratio is bloody awful. To generate enough power to get you off the ground, you need to be in an area awash with predominantly wind-aspected ether.
She cannot take no more, Captain. She cannot even start the strain.
In other words, there are a few places you can fly, lots of places you can't.
The new Ishgardian airship hasn't left the boys much time for tinkering, meaning it may be a while before this particular project takes off, if you'll forgive the pun.
Poor Tassaru.
Tataru, what's happened?
It's never anything good when Tassaru. It's not like she's just popping in to say hi or anything.
I've been looking all over for you. There's been word from Ulda. It's about Her Grace the Sultana.
Uh-oh. I'll never get bored of Lalafell going, oh, like that. It's great.
It seems you're required elsewhere. Leave the mana cutter with us. We'll see that she's airworthy and suitably equipped to slice through those winds. You, meanwhile, should concentrate on providing Raoban and the Sultana whatever help they need.
In other words, let's go shoot the place up. Also, I've just realised Tassaru is wearing stripy socks. I don't know why, but she is. Alright, so we found where Nanamo is. Alright. Let's get on down to Uldar. Ah, I mistook the Waking Sands for the Quicksand, and it's a different place entirely. Silly me. Yeah, that's me not paying attention, really. That's my fault. Also, I don't have any Ephrite tickets left for the Vesper base, so... Horizon it is, then. Let's buzz this tunnel. Hey, the whole gang's here. Raban's looking well.
Thank you for coming.
No thanks are necessary, General. I trust your recuperation continues apace.
I cannot complain. Thanks to Higiri and her ministrations, I've regained much of the strength I lost during my imprisonment.
I gather you have made progress in the search for Her Grace.
I get a feeling Raban's just going to literally wring someone by the neck, so pick him up like this and squeeze. Like it's a goddamn Capri Sun.
Some good fortune at last. A few days past, Dulala informed us that a sizable shipment of alchemical supplies had been delivered to the palace.
With Papa Shan's assistance, I set out to ascertain the source and nature of the shipment. My inquiries led me to Frondale's frontistery. There, I learned that an order had been placed for a curious substance designed to sustain patients trapped in death-like slumber. An invention of the former head alchemist, apparently.
A death-like slumber? This cannot be a coincidence.
I don't know, like, I've had some pretty nasty hangovers. That's the I'd call them death-like slumber.
It lends some weight to Dulala's claims, aye. Her Grace is likely somewhere within the palace, abed but alive.
Before making any attempt to extricate the Sultana, however, it seemed prudent to learn what manner of substance was used to induce her torpor. To that end, I made inquiries as to the whereabouts of the one most like to have administered it. The lady in waiting, Muriel.
Yugiri's voice actress, yeah, some strange pauses in some of her in some of her lines again that seem a bit off, but she's not bad. Just a bit off.
We shall find our cat's paw in the Silver Bazaar. But we must tread carefully. The market is not the bustling place it once was, and someone is sure to mark our coming. Should they inform the monetarists, we'll have a fight on our hands. We must be prepared for the worst, and being short an arm, I thought it wise to take another in its stead. What say you, Warrior of Light? Will you lend me yours?
Yeah, let's just pop this bad boy off. Here you go, Raban. Take my arm. Just plugs right in.
Then I pity the bastard that stands in our way. Come, my friends, for Nanamo and for Uldar!
This is the point where I start shooting the ceiling, like bang, bang, bang. Oh my god, Raban literally almost came out of my monitor! I see. In fact, no, we don't even need to do that, comes to think of it. There's a better way. We should in theory be able to take the ferry from there to here. There we go, Silver Bazaar. I think this clearly seems like the intent they had rather than you flying there, because the person we speak to first is literally straight off the boat. Let's check in the houses. And there she is. Hi there. We've got some questions for you.
You are Meriel, the Sultana's former lady-in-waiting?
That's the look of a woman who's just crapped herself a little bit.
No one of that name. Pray excuse me. General Alden.
You are so screwed.
We will have the truth from you, girl.
Look at the dice dying around that. Oh, fuck, it's you!
It would be better coming from me.
It's the Lalafell Monopoly man again, little bastard.
Lonorito, you'd best talk fast.
As you know, Teleji Adeleji's Cartano reclamation bill was no more than a facade. A means to get his grubby little hands on that Allagan monstrosity Omega.
Oh, I love Lolariso's voice, it's so good!
He learned of Nanamo's intention to abdicate, however. He was forced to amend his plans. Suddenly, assassination seemed the most promising way to further his ambition.
Did he have a meeting, like, where he had a whiteboard with all the options and just, like, crossed them out until assassination was left?
I am told Teleji had discovered a maid in whose veins ran the blood of House Thorn. A new, more pliable puppet to sit the throne. 'Twould have caused an uproar, of course, but few could have contested her claim. Twas plain that Teleji's wild machinations had outgrown our ability to control them. So I decided to usurp his scheme and left the fool to seal his own demise.
And what of Nanamo?
Oh, I have no desire to harm her grace. 'Twould profit me little to destabilize our government. Thus did I employ young Meriel here to administer a potent sleeping potion in place of a poison.
This is the point where I start stroking my beard in thought.
You should know, General, that your dear friend Ilberd was fully aware of my plan. I had him lie about the assassination as a means to prime your rage against Teleji. We weren't entirely sure how you would react, but things went rather better than expected.
Raban's down an arm, and the one that he's got left, he's gonna probably snap your neck like a twig, you little shit.
You conniving little worm. You had your claws in the Crystal Braves before their first recruit had sworn to serve!
But of course, when a new game begins, 'tis only prudent to have a piece on the board.
Ilberd was mine. Truth be told, a significant proportion of the Brave's initial endowment was also mine. With such large sums moving about, 'twas a rather trifling matter to disguise my own contribution.
Oh, he's got all those shell companies running.
Ah, Ilberd. I secured his services with a promise to support his cause once my authority had been solidified. I swear, the man thinks of naught but prizing Alamigo from the grasp of the Empire.
I love that little coin shot to Alphanor, by the way, because while he hasn't said anything yet, he was, of course, the person who proposed the Crystal Braves, and is still acutely feeling the betrayal of having them, like, turn rogue. So, reminding that, like, it's not just about dialogue, it's about, like, you know, little moments like that, little, like, you know, camera cuts and things. The direction in these scenes, generally speaking, is pretty solid.
Unlike you, General, the poor fellow seems quite unable to forsake the land of his forefathers. Mayhap that's why he called you a traitor to your people and a disgrace to your homeland, amongst other things. What was it he always compared you to? Oh, yes, an overgrown lapdog begging for scraps at the Sultana's table. Oh, how we laughed. Alas, Ilberd's entertaining little outbursts eventually gave way to wearisome tirades, and the zealous brute became rather unruly. I had no wish to see you executed, you understand, but he would not take no for an answer. Rest assured, his employment with me has long since ended.
Employment.
Which brings us neatly to the present. What say you, General? Both you and the Sultana are alive. We have one corpse and one fugitive, and preparations have been made to restore your good name. Shall we cry quits and start again with a blank ledger?
You know, I'm gonna have so much to fucking say about this, but my immediate reaction is that this guy still, if he'd have had his way, would have had the Scions of the Seventh Dawn all executed, including the Warrior of Light. The group that stopped the fucking ultimate weapon, amongst other things. For all his, like, he's still such a scumbag, despite having pulled, like, Nanamo out of the fire.
Will, do you honestly expect me to forgive and forget? After all you've done? You're guilty of high treason!
And he's only a Lalafell, which makes it even more extreme because they're so tiny. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-bum.
Stay your blade, Master Alden. You yourself are not innocent. Or have you forgotten your own crime in executing Teledji Adeledji without trial?
Oh, we see someone's got an advanced PhD in pedantry.
Though you acted out of loyalty to the Sultana, such deeds are in violation of both the word and spirit of the law.
The law!
If you would, Lord Lolorito?
I still can't take that name seriously. Younger brother to Rothel Leto.
This potion will wake the Sultana from her slumber. Consider it a gesture of conciliation.
I'd laugh if it just put her into an even deeper sleep, like some Inception level shit. She's now 2 layers down in her dream!
Resting comfortably within her private chambers. Should you doubt my word, I shall willingly accompany you to the palace as your hostage.
All I can think of is Raban just tying him to a stick, and then just holding him up and, like, with the sword at his throat, just carrying him through the town. It's probably just White Spirit. Paint stripper.
I like not your motives, Lolorito. But you saved the Sultana's life, and for that, you have my gratitude.
Rauban Aldin, You are hereby reinstated as General of the Immortal Flames. The citizens of Uldar shall once more be united under Nanamo Ulnamo, and together we shall usher in a new age of prosperity.
Yay! A new age still built on the back of lies and deceit, but... well, I suppose it's better than the alternative. Now that's the look of a man who's saying, if I ever see you again, I will literally wring your neck. Well, guys, we're gonna go with them? Are we gonna leave? We'll just get comfy, I guess. Ain't no rush to be anywhere. Alright, off to Uldar, I guess, then. So, I'm going to nip away very quickly for a bathroom break and also scare fresh beer. I'll be back in just a little moment, so please do not adjust your twitch.tv settings, your browsers that you may be watching this on, or whatever means you choose to watch me right now. Thank you very much for joining me. I'll be back in just a little while. And I am back. Thank you very much, everyone, for waiting. Fresh beer. This one's a chocolate caramel stout by vocation. So, let's pour. Yeah, look at that. Oh, I might have made a bit of a cock with this one. If you have any tips or tricks on how to pour a beer properly, please send them to me. Pop them in the Twitch chat. Or if it's on the VOD, just message me on Twitter. You know where you can find me. Alright. That'll do for now. Right, back to Uldar. We're actually going there this time. I'm not mistaking the destination. And since it might be a little bit of waste XP, but why not to mix things up, actually? I was going to play Machinist, but let's go back to Black Mage. That's what we started out in Uldar as well. So, yeah. And I did, of course, complete all the Black Mage quests yesterday, so we've got our brand new damage spell, Fire 4. I tested it out before, actually. It does a shit ton of damage. Alright, Bart, let us in. So yeah, this is where it all went down. Surprising no one's mentioned about the fact that my character was framed. Like, I know my character can't speak. This is the point where it turns into a scene from The Exorcism. Your mother sucks cocks in hell. Did no one test that before? Oh, is she gonna wake up and be like, Rabam, what happened? I feel like I've been asleep for weeks.
I was having the longest dream.
Well, for Rabban, it's been a waking nightmare, but I'm glad both of them are finally over.
'Tis time to wake up, Your Grace. Another day begins in Thanalan, and the sun blazes bright upon the sands.
Aww. Great to Rabban's voice actor for giving that little twinge of emotion to his words. That was great.
Her Grace is awoken. The palace physician assures me she is none the worse for her slumber. I believe Her Grace will soon resume her plans to place the government of Uldar into the hands of its citizens. Whatever path she chooses to take, I shall walk it with her. And we shall tread slowly, lest the nation be unsettled in our wake.
Her Grace's compassion is a shining beacon to us all. But what our city truly thrives upon is competition. 'Tis in the struggle against our rivals that opportunities are seized and fortunes made. And with the Empire on the offensive once more, now would hardly seem the time to turn our system of government upon its head.
Are you privy to new intelligence, my lord?
I would hardly call it new. Remind me, what was the name of that enormous Imperial warship which met its end in Mordona? Oh, wait, I have it. The Agrias. Yes, well, 'twould appear that the Garleans have been hard at work on another such vessel.
Oh, great, the Empire's back now, so we've just literally saved the Sultana. That little plot thread is wrapping up, and the Empire's just like, hey guys, mind if we butt in?
How close are they to completing this ship? Is it operational?
Its maiden flight was a success, I hear. I should imagine Emperor Varys is eager to see how it performs in battle. My lords and lady, I move that it is time to repair the damage caused by Teleji Adeleji and prepare our great nation to repel the Empire once more.
Might as well make it a third time, even. Why not?
"'Tis well that the Sultana has awoken. The Syndicate yet needs to put its house in order, but 'twould seem the worst of the confusion has passed. Uldar has taken control of its future, and I must do the same. I have decided to disband the Crystal Braves. Among the recruits, there were those who supported our Order's goals and convictions with all sincerity. 'Tis my hope that these loyal men and women will choose to remain our allies in the battles to come. As for those who sided with the traitor, Ilberd, they shall be hunted down and held to account for their crimes. It is my earnest hope that they will surrender themselves peaceably when the time comes, though I think it unlikely. Ah, my all-conquering Crystal Braves. The model army meant to pave the way for a single unified Grand Company of Eorzea. That so high an ideal should be brought so low.
Well, that's hubris for you. Good intentions just marred by outside factors of which he wasn't aware of. I mean, from my perspective, I think the Crystal Braves are a perfectly fine idea. It's just that, well, they are a fine idea on paper, but they run into the, you know, the harsh reality of trying to organise them in a world with competing interests, such as, well, the monetarists and the Syndicate.
I need not tell you how deeply the betrayal stung me. Yet I see now that it was mine own naivety and pride which allowed the Braves to fall prey to corruption.
Should have done background checks, Alf, now I'm telling you.
As ever, it is to your own shining example that I turn for inspiration. Like you, I mean to stand firm in the face of hardship and give mine all for the cause.
Alfnar is always trying to live up to expectations. His grandfather, the player character.
Let us resume the search for our missing comrades, that we might come together to shine the light of dawn across the realm once more. The role of Crystal Brave Commander suited me ill, and I shall play it no longer. Henceforth, I shall be no more or less than Alfino, proud member of the Scions.
At least he tried, though, like... And I have to say, like, I also approve of this course of action in that if an institution is so fundamentally corrupt they allow these things happen, better to tear it all down completely rather than allow it to continue or try and repair it. That, like, it's rotten from the core. Oh, in fact, I can be cheeky. Aha! There you go, it wasn't wasted experience after all. Haha! Yeah, we'll dole out some emotional support. Hopefully we'll get the chance to pick up the therapist jobstone on the way. Anyway, off to Mordonna. So, I have some thoughts on the resolution of this plot. It feels a bit too clean and convenient. I think, to restate why I liked the conclusion of Realm Reborn so much, because it was about how, okay, you know, you, the Warrior of Light, you fought against Primals, you fought against, like, the Shade of Midgard's armor, you've defeated the Empire and Ultimate Weapon, you've done incredible things, and ultimately you were defeated by a scheming capitalist. That's really it. Like, all the power in the world, like, that you literally possess to fight someone, to, like, you know, use black magic, to fire a gun, to be a lancer, whatever you want to call it. Like, it's nothing against the soft power of the court of public opinion and also of, like, you know, betrayal. You were laid low by a basically a random Lalafell who could never take you in a fight, not in a million years. And I thought that was a great contrast. And I wish that the consequences of that, like, were more everlasting. Like, I don't mean to, like, say, oh, I don't care for, like, Nanamo as a character. She's fine. She's likable. She had that great moment with Raban where she was like, she herself was crushed under the weight of, like, the soft power around her that made it difficult for her to move politically. But I wish this just had more lasting impact. Rather than just being, you know, a thing that we're wrapping up now. I have to wonder if originally the intent was that she was dead. Like, but then they must have, maybe they changed it during the planning of Heavensward, I don't know. The things to do here, in my opinion, would just be to absorb these people into the Scions. After all, we're down on manpower substantially since the loss of Papalymo, Yida, Fancred, Minfilia. See, Zeldink's got the right idea. Aww. One thing I'll note, the expansion is of course called Heavensward, and that's the general idea, having been brought so low at the end of Realm Reborn, we're repairing and making things better all around. And this is one big step towards that. Alright. Back to the manufactory, let's go. See, I have mixed emotions and mixed feelings about the conclusion of the Nanamo story. The fact that she's still alive. I'll give it more time for it to sink in, especially with the rest of Heavensward still to come. But yeah, not a clean win in my mind, but that's just my opinion. Of course, people may feel differently. I'm very sad Stefanivian isn't, get talking to Cid. Because he's, of course, the Machinist quest giver, and I think he and Cid would have, a lot of stuff to discuss and banter about. It'd be great.
All stands ready, Lord Commander.
Ah, the moment has come then.
Pray excuse my lateness. I paid a brief visit to the workshop to inquire about the mana cutters. The engineers assure me that they're ready.
The air is now but a short flight away. Yet what a long and winding path we took to reach this point. Were it not for Master Alphino's proposal, we never would have attempted to parley with the dragons. Though our negotiations yielded little, our expedition with Lady Isard taught us much.
You took an unimaginable risk. I could scarce believe the tale Estinian told.
Wow, Estinian's actually being level-headed about this. He's not saying it's a complete waste of time.
It is true that many of our countrymen would sooner die than join hands with the heretic's mistress. But 'twas through that most unlikely of alliances that we came to speak with Hraesvelgr.
A conversation that went rather poorly, as I recall.
In this instance, the journey was more important than the destination. Had we not slain Nidhogg's consort, Tiaman, and put the Great Worm on his guard, the Dravanians would have arrived at Ishgard's walls long ago.
Aye, that they would. Full grateful am I for every hour of respite your actions have afforded us. Thanks to you, our defenses are much improved. 'Tis but a pity they won't be enough.
Thus, you believe an assault upon the area represents the city's best chance of survival. Is that not so, Estinian?
I am under no illusions. Nidhogg's might is legendary. But with his eye in my possession, I can stifle his strength at the source. Victory will be hard won, even so. And I shall be glad indeed to have the Warrior of Light at my side.
You shall have my blade as well. There are more of these mana cutters to be had, yes?
Lord Commander, no!
How can I, a proud knight of Ishgard, stand by and do naught while an outsider risks life and limb for our homeland? I swore an oath to protect this city.
Pray leave the slaying of dragons to dragoons, Sir Knight. Your duty to command the city's defense is no less vital. Should we fail, and Nidhogg slip through our grasp, who then will hold the walls against him? Will you leave Ishgard in the hands of the Holy Sea's zealots?
Man, Estinian's actually on fire when he's, like, not being a prick.
There are others.
Who but you has the authority and the standing to orchestrate a city-wide defense? I do not, and neither does the Warrior of Light. That is why it is our place to fight, and yours to remain here, Lord Commander. What? You too, Master Alphino? By the Fury! You have shown some promise, but this adversary is far beyond your skills.
You must be this tall to enter the dungeon. Look at that! Look at that arm fold, how slowed down that was.
Your candor is appreciated, Sir Dragoon. I shall remain then and cheer you from afar.
Well, my friend, it would seem I have discouraged the last of the volunteers, and claimed the task as ours alone. But if any alive can best this worm, 'tis surely we too.
Sense of regret that we have to do this. Bit of characterization for the PC, why not? Well, if now's the time to head into, you know, fight Nidhogg, then we're going to go in as a Dragoon, of course. And with that, we've also hit level 58. Alright, let's do this. Oh, Biggs, you and your fanciful similes. Alright, let's do this. While we're waiting, we might as well at least pick up the Dragoon quest. I'll never get tired of that little choral chant when going through the Central Highlands. It's brilliantly atmospheric for this area. It's great. So in the Dragoon questline, because I haven't been streaming it, we are essentially tutoring a lady named Justinian, or Husien, I'm not quite sure if that's how I pronounce the name, and she's been trying to be as good as we are at being a Dragoon, and has been struggling with that. And so in a fight against dragons near Falcon's Nest, she was actually carried away by one after impaling it on the back, and we haven't yet seen neither hide nor hair ever since. Then we did catch up her actually at one point, and she said like she's still working to like infiltrate the cult of the dragon heretics. And we can take this guy since we got the flying ability to fly. There he is. Well, that was him dealt with. Say, very good thing I got fly unlocked now. It makes this so much easier. Just watch now as the queue for the Airy pops. I knew it! I bloody knew it. But at least I accept it this time around. Right, let's go kill Needhog. I hope they didn't mind me being whisked away all of a sudden. Oh look, shit, the Naces are restless. I can't shake him! I can't shake him! Just stay with the high beams. I mean, this is technically a home invasion. I don't blame Needhog for being a bit pissed. Sails to the team here. Alright, let's do this. Oh great, we got lightning strikes to deal with. I'm having tanky problems again, but that was really my fault for doing too much damage to that one enemy. Looks like Rorik wants to go straight for gathering up as many of them as possible. Alright, first boss, Rangda. Alright, one down. So far, so good. Should be out of the way of the lightning for at least for a moment. Yeah, that dragon looks pretty pissed. Yeah, we're doing it this way by the look of it. Gather them all up. Oh, not ready yet. Never mind. Yeah, we're gathering all of them by the look of it. Alright, next boss. Job done. Not so bad. That enemy's got an ability named Flex. Of course it does. Oh, it's a bit of a mess in here. Yeah, I think that they're all here now. We get it. I didn't even get to use my critical doom spike there. Bit of a shame. Yeah, looks like Estinian's been busy. Alright, let's get to it. Nice. Yeah, I'm gonna stand in the bubble. Especially when it looks like that. Alright, let's finish him off. Nice! Yeah, no fist bump this time. I love that little detail, that's so good. And there you have it. I even got a commendation. How nice. Was he making jet engine noises? That's all I could think of then, was that he was making jet engine noises. Oh, he's doing the Batman voice. Or he's trying to, anyway. Why don't I get to do that? I'm a Dragoon as well, damn it! Oh, did you see that psychotic look in Estinian's eyes then?
My people 1,000 years of suffering. Now I gift you an eternity in darkness.
Estinian, drop the eye. Let's think about this. Him having possession of that eye has got to be bad news. Well, that's 3 out of 6 now.
They are ours, Lord Eldrath. The eyes of Nidhogg.
Both of them? That seems contrary to what we just saw.
Aye. The worm lies broken and my father is avenged. With the wellspring of his vitality thus denied him, Nidhogg shall not linger long in this world. But behold the terrible price we have paid. My sire is dead. So many brother knights slain. We traded our honor for the strength which now courses in our veins. And still we are forced to make such sacrifice.
Sounds like a rum deal to me.
But not in vain, my lord. Hraesvelgr is the only great worm left in Dravania, and he dares not leave his lair. With Nidhogg's eyes in your possession, who now can challenge the might of Ishgard, ascend the throne, and take your rightful place as the ruler of our people?
I'm just going to put these in my butt, where they belong.
Nay, my friend. I must forsake the mantle of king. Though Nidhogg be defeated, his wormling horde yet darkens the skies with wings beyond counting. As one who partook of Ratatoska's strength, it shall be my penance to bear a knight's arms until death grants me leave to retire. When that day comes, no prince shall perish, but a hell's-bound hunter of dragons.
But Lord Haldreth, what then shall become of the royal line?
Think of your people, my lord.
The Four-Temps ancestor.
Turn to in his hour of need. How will he find his way without your benevolent hand to guide him?
You know, I'm wondering. I was saying before about Nanamo, like, and her plan to turn her kingdom into a republic. Is this foreshadowing of what's going to happen to Ishgard as well? I wonder. Like, she's taken that path. They can too.
Thank you, Sir Flavian and Sir Silvertrill, for dispelling my remaining doubts. With men of such wisdom and compassion in service to the realm, it is plain that Ishgard has no need of a king. But if you must bow to the demands of tradition, you need look no further than yourselves for one worthy to wear the crown. Fare thee well, my brother knights, my loyal friends. On these shoulders shall I bear the weight of my father's sins. With this lance shall I repay the debt accrued through our misdeeds.
Although victories has been consistent throughout the entire game, even for parties and groups other than our own. I'm just going to chew me Ariel.
What cruel jest has fate played upon us? Have we seized this desperate victory only to lose a king?
We can but act as our lord has bid. We few who remain must divide between us the rulership of Ishgard and her people.
Not I. My oath was to Lord Haldreth and he alone. If he is not to be king, then I would hang up my shield as well.
Will you abandon us too, sir?
I would wash my hands of blood and betrayal and take up an honest trade. Mayhap I shall serve ale instead of sharpened steel.
You can do both. Sharp and steel can be the name of a beer.
We four, then.
Forton, Hylanat, Dyrendare,
and Zemail. But 4 houses to rule all of Ishgard.
And in the darkness, bind them! Oh wait, wrong script.
And that of the throne.
We keep it empty. Until the day a king rises once more. We must assume the role of stewards.
Could turn into a toilet.
We shall shape our nation anew with a history of our own making. And let the truth of this dark day die here, upon the battlefield.
Because that's never worked out badly for anyone, just hiding the truth of how things went down. Well, my heart palpitation is over. I'm feeling better. Oh yeah, Estinian.
What ails you, friend? Are you wounded?
Speak for yourself, mate. You've literally painted the town red.
You have borne witness to history. To the culmination of the first battle with Nidhogg. The legend of Ishgard's founding tells that our ancestors were led to the land of Kurthus by the valiant King Thordan. In the midst of their journey, they came to a wide chasm, where they were set upon by a great worm, Nidhogg. A furious battle then ensued, with Thordan leading the van. Though the brave king was slain defending his people, his son, Haldrath, the first Azure Dragoon, fought on undaunted. And with a mighty thrust of his lance, he gouged out Nidhogg's eye, forcing the wicked creature into retreat. Thus, did this eldritch orb become a sacred treasure of Ishgard, lending its power to every knight deemed worthy to bear the title of Azure Dragoon. A rousing tale, is it not? Would that I could still believe it. But your vision, which we must accept as immutable truth, leaves no room for doubt. Save on one point.
Will you take the yellow eye or the red eye?
If Haldrath took both of Nidhogg's eyes, then how came this eye to be lodged in the worm's skull?
Because it's Freysvalger's, that's why. We saw before that he was missing an eye.
Beneath every answer we unearth, another question lies buried. Twas a fierce battle, but one I knew we would win. Your fame is well deserved, warrior of light. Full proud am I to have fought at your side. I would fain return with all swiftness to Ishgard to inform the Lord Commander of our triumph. But we must first have words with Freysvalger. There are parts of this tale that the worm has kept from us, and I would know wherefore.
Do you want to, like, clean your armor, Estinian? Bit of a scrub down, you know? Yeah, we've got ourselves a mana cutter now to use, which is neat. I'll be showing that off in the flying mount area in a bit. Alright, over to Zenith again. Alright, I'm going to take a quick break to grab another drink and also a quick bathroom break. I'll be back in just a moment. Stay tuned. And I'm back. Thank you very much for waiting. I have a Surface Waves California Pale Ale. There we go. Right, well we're here, so we might as well go and speak with Ysayle, see what Heavensward is doing. Hopefully he takes the loss of Nidhogg well. I'm not hopeful though. Suspect it's not going to end very well, if I'm quite honest. Get used to that gear that we won from the Airy. Toot toot! Could have been worse. We could have skinned Nidhogg alive and turned him into handbags or something to show off.
You mean the moment I prized your eye from his head? Ah, crumbs! I'm having another flashback! Ooh, that's got a sting. I like that camera angle, by the way, it's obscuring the fact that his eye's been gouged out.
I do like they also get some expression out of the dragons here with the, like, the eyes and such. They're not anthropomorphic, but they do a good job of expressing emotion through their facial expressions there.
It was yours. Your strength that sustained Nidhogg all these years.
And all the truth bombs in right now.
Dealt the worm a killing blow.
And so you acquiesced. You surrendered your eye to Nidhogg, knowing full well the suffering he would inflict.
This one som anshin in el. Eskules misek lizesk angan. I'm fire. Tolos Ineskura. Kas ehi hiso sekmon inaan Srei snowfall in sith
Yep, it truly is Shiva that's helping him keep a cool head. Oh! You know, if I get a feeling if we meet Heavensward again, like, it's just going to keep getting worse and worse. They'll start burning effigies of dragons or something, and it's just going to make him exceptionally pissed off. Well, that could have gone better. Hey, shouts to Drakitz and his raiding party. Thank you very much for joining. Hello there, hope you're doing well. Thank you very much for joining.
'Twas my life's goal to slay Nidhogg, but I find there is little joy to be had in its accomplishment.
Stinian's armor is still soaked in blood. That must really stink at this point. To answer your question, Drakitz, I'm really enjoying it. I've had a couple of minor niggles with some story parts here and there, mainly the resolution of the lingering Realm Reborn plot involving Nanamo, which I covered earlier on the stream. But otherwise, I've been quite enjoying it. The cycles of vengeance, you know, that kind of story, always welcome.
You have rid the world of a hate-filled creature, and ended a bloody war in so doing.
I lost my family to Nidhogg's flames, and 'twas with fury in my heart that I took up the lance. Every blow I struck in the name of vengeance. We were not so different, he and I.
I mean, just by example, by the way, this wasn't on this stream, but there was a previous scene where there was a campsite fire where Estinian, like, my opinion of him has been that he's been a major sourpuss through much of the earlier quests, including when we got to Mogholm, where he couldn't just at least allow himself to have a little bit of fun. He was Mr. No Fun Allowed. But then there was that scene when around the campfire, just before we met Heavensward for the first time, where he said, like, I hope this war ends because it means less people like me will exist, which I thought was quite a profound line. It was neat to see, like, that he had some recognition of the fact that he was a creature bound by vengeance. We're seeing this being discussed here.
I will not judge you for your deeds. I have not the right. Too many innocents have perished in the name of my greater good.
The greater good.
Yet even with all that has passed, the tale is incomplete.
I mean, we've not hit the level cap yet. Of course the tale's incomplete.
We are short a great worm's eye. Of the pair which Haldreth took from Nidhogg, only one is known to us, the one I bear. What then became of the other?
Sold on eBay? That's my guess.
Why did Nidhogg, who had taken such pains to prolong the Dragonsong War, suddenly decide to hurl his entire army against the walls of Ishgard?
I mean, one other neat detail is, like, with your sail, like, I was thinking, like, about this. In Realm Reborn, when you first meet her, it's so easy to write her off as a one-note enemy, and she's called Iceheart for crying out loud. She sounds like a Silver Age DC Comics villain. But she's actually grown into a self-realised character. That's the oh shit alarm.
Aye. The deed is done. Nidhogg is slain. What? In the city? A battle with whom? At once, Lord Commander. Hold firm till our return.
Out of the frying pan into the fire.
Broken out in the city. Lord Emmerich was sparse with the particulars, but it seems some commoners threw open the gates to a force of heretics.
I gave no order to attack.
I don't think you're holding the range anymore, you sail. I'm sorry.
Are we to mark the end of the Dragonsong War by spilling the blood of our own? Mayhap Heavensward was right about us. Let us away, warrior of light. The people must be saved from themselves.
Wait! I would join you! There has been enough violence. I will appeal to my people in the city and make them see reason.
Sounds like a plan. For those of you new here, by the way, this is a beer and banter stream, so there is beer and there will probably be a little bit of
Let us
banter.
write the final chapter in this damnable war.
Right, time to make with the teleport. Where's my food order? I've been waiting half an hour.
A small army of heretics has invaded the city, Your Eminence. But there is no cause for concern. A sizable contingent of our soldiers is already in place to repel the Dravanian assault. And the intruders will soon find themselves outnumbered and outmatched.
I wonder which one of these guys is taking the minutes for this meeting.
Our plans proceed apace, then.
Yes, Your Eminence. This unrest shall serve to feed the people's fear of the heretics and the dragons both.
And lend renewed fervor to their prayers for deliverance. Very good. Grant our guests what time they need to sow a measure of chaos and order the Temple Knights to crush them.
Get yourself some decent grub soon then, Drackets. I had a cheeky pizza before, it was pretty nice. By my gigantic staff, I decree it so! I mean, I've had worse meetings, at least this one didn't have a PowerPoint in it. No crumbs, I cannot move. I'm crippled with arthritis. Uh-oh.
The moment is at hand.
Oh, that sounds excellent, Drackets. I hope they turn out nice. Good stuff.
Excellent.
shall soon be in alignment.
Our spirit level will finally be even.
It is time for the bringer of light to die.
That bringer of light? That one there? That statue? Do you mean me? Yeah. Oh, well, Ishgar's seen better days. Deeply ironic that after all the time we spent defending against dragons, it only takes a small ragtag band of heretics to bring the city to its knees. Anyway, there's Horchifant. Top lad that he is.
Comrades, sheathe your swords. There is no need for further bloodshed.
My lady!
She is come.
I don't think they quite got the message there, did they?
Hear me, brothers and sisters. The war is ended. Nidhogg is no more.
Huh? What?
Aye, it is so. This adventurer and the Azure Dragoon laid the great worm low.
I'm also the Azure Dragoon. Please stop. No one gives me any credit. Ah, god damn it.
The endless cycle of violence between man and dragon was born of our forefathers' treachery. You have followed me, bled with me, to bring this truth to light that we might all know peace. But Nidhogg is dead. Nidhogg is dead, my friends. He who bore such hatred towards Ishgard is dead!
But is he really dead? That's what we want to know. We're not quite sure about this.
Let his hatred die with him, I say. Let us sheathe our swords and go in peace.
Where it's so simple. When people have a lifelong cause that they've been fighting for so long, and they get told, oh no, it's over, pack your bags, go home. They're not just going to do that. There was that famous study about doomsday cults where, like, this doomsday cult would, for example, say, oh, the world is going to end, say, in 2015, which, of course, was in the past. And then, of course, the day of ending would happen, and then, you know what they do? They just say, oh, we just must have misinterpreted the signs, so the doomsday was moved along. Similar kind of rationale here. It's not so easy for people to let go.
No, my friend. Far from it. At long last, the peace for which we have so desperately fought is within our grasp. And I, for one, would not forsake it.
Peace?
Peace and love. Peace and love! Peace and... Oh, look at... They've never... Oh my god, look at how unhappy they are. Hey, well done, you Sail. You managed to stop the baying mob, though.
Seize the witch! Let none escape!
Oh, come on, she did you a favour.
Providing aid and succor to the wounded should be our first concern. If the heretics mean to observe the peace, then it would be folly not to do the same.
There are many reasons I like Horchifant, and that's one of them. Because he's got a fucking level head. Anyway, I actually did promise I was going to show off the machinist in this stream, so now's a good time as any. Oh, we're definitely getting that one for the machinist then. Yeah, he was the most awful company ever. He just couldn't take in the sights and enjoy the moment. Estinian, just take a fucking shower, my man. Like, you are still soaked in dragon's blood. Probably stinks to high heaven. Or high Heavensward, rather. Puns aside. Anyway, back to Four Attempts Manor. Estinian's still soaked in blood. I know it's meant to be more representative of what's happened to him following the death of Nidhogg, but...
Please, Halone, you are safe.
But yeah, I mean, seriously, just get a jet hose and just be like, sss on him.
My safety was never in doubt, Father. For I had the Azure Dragoon and the Warrior of Light by my side.
I let that slip this time, given I'm currently a machinist. By the way, I still can't get over how the Count looks a lot like Dracula from Castlevania.
Bring the most wonderful tidings.
When I actually did the very first stream of Heavensward, by the way, people were commenting on how the English voice actor for the Count has sadly passed away and how much like they respected him. Like there were people gathering outside the manor in, in memoriam for him. And he is definitely a great voice actor. For the most part, the voice acting in Heavensward has been really solid. The only person who I think has been the weak link, relatively speaking, has been Yugiri. And that's mostly because she seems to pause unexpectedly.
Here in Ishgard? This is most unexpected.
She has done much to quell the violence. The Inquisition may not approve, but we are glad of her presence.
And with the Great Worm's demise, even our nation's more reactionary elements will have scant grounds to press for her immediate impeachment.
My thoughts exactly.
What of the truth revealed to us by Hraesvelga? That the origins of the Dragonsong War, a core tenet of Ishgardian faith, are quite unlike those depicted in the scriptures.
Oh, good old scriptures. Never let us down.
Men and dragons once lived together in harmony, and that it was man's treachery which shattered the peace and plunged our peoples into war.
You know, I'll mention now as well. I've talked in the previous streams I've done about Final Fantasy XIV about how there's a lot of common elements to the story and also just to the mythology and the mythos, which is a separate thing. That's like, things like chocobos, moogles, etc. The story that I've from Heavensward thus far about this endless cycle of vengeance, death, and destruction that is perpetuated through a continuous religious lie of scripture and faith reminds me an awful lot of the story of Final Fantasy X as it happens. And funnily enough, when we saw Bismarck, that giant white whale creature, I commented at the time in the previous stream that it looked like a proto-Sin. And I'm okay with the recycling that story plan. It's a good story.
The origins of the High Houses. Were it exposed as false, the legitimacy of our rule would be called into question.
Okay, cool by me. Make it a republic, just like with Warui and Nanamo. Like, I was questioning the idea of Nanamo coming back and turning Uldar into a republic. I thought that it would be better if she had stayed dead for the purposes of showing, like, how even the Warrior of Light can truly be powerless. But I will credit this, like, as... because it runs in parallel with what's happening in Ishgard. Like, she's going to turn into a republic. And ideally, that's what needs to happen with this state as well, this nation.
If both highborn and lowborn can trace their ancestry to Thordan and his knights 12.
Well, there was a website that could do that.
But a single sip of dragon's blood is required to confirm their lineage.
Now we really are full Dragon Age. Drink the Darkspawn blood and see if you die, or if you become a Grey One and just die at a later date.
If the Holy See knew of this and chose to remain silent, their crimes are grievous indeed.
Regardless, this state of affairs cannot be allowed to continue.
Bring out the guillotines!
Sir Emmerich, you cannot mean to raise this matter with the Archbishop.
Pray consider what you are proposing. If the Holy See chose to conceal the truth for centuries, what reason would they have to reveal it now?
Because they're bored? For shits and giggles?
At best, you will be branded a heretic and clapped in irons.
Then at least the Archbishop will have shown his true colors. My friends, this war will never truly be at an end until the truth is made known. You must see what lies on the horizon if it is not. When ruled by fear of a common enemy, we were united. But now we have none. During the war, the highborn needed men to lead, and the lowborn men to follow. Not anymore. 'Tis but a matter of time before the old order is called into question.
And that was an element in Final Fantasy X as well. The idea of, of us all being united in one common goal to keep the rabble in line. So Imeric is on the money here.
Lady Iceheart will share the truth with her followers, and the Holy See will be powerless to stop its spread. The disenfranchised will rise up united, and blood will flow in the streets once more.
And I'm just going to leave.
A divided Ishgard will not survive.
Imeric opening that door with his force powers there.
Tread carefully, Lord Commander.
My lady, is it wise to let him go? I sympathize with the Lord Commander's desire for reform, but to approach the Archbishop in this manner bespeaks an idealism to which I did not think Sir Emmerich prone.
Also, pray tell, what is that stench that's just coming from behind me?
Though he comports himself as a realist, he has long dreamt of reform. 'Twas that idealism which first drew me to him, that which made me swear an oath to serve. We must not think of ways to hinder his cause, but rather ways to aid it, even should the Holy See cry heresy.
You cannot mean...
If the Lord Commander does not return from the vault at the appointed hour, I mean to go and fetch him.
Have care, my lady. Your words border on treason. Should they reach the wrong ears, you will be declared an enemy of Ishgard.
That is a risk I am willing to take. Lest you forget, my lord, I am not born of this land. My loyalty is to the Lord Commander alone. But I speak only of what may come to pass. If the rumors regarding his heritage are to be believed, we have naught to fear.
Lies and slander.
Forgive me, what rumors are these?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
That Sir Emmerich is the Archbishop's bastard son.
Oh, snap!
Senior clergy are not permitted to marry and sire children. But even the holiest among us are not immune to temptation.
I labor to believe it. Sir Emmerich is truly the Archbishop's son.
I mean, the Archbishop carries a giant staff, and I'm guessing that's...
He has never been publicly
Oh,
acknowledged
God.
as such. But the rumors have plagued him since childhood. That he rose to his current position, despite being despised as a bastard and accused of profiting from his father's influence, bespeaks the quality of his character.
He went full Jon Snow on him.
It is my hope that on this occasion, the burden of his birth will work in his favor. Should our worst fears be realized, the Archbishop will not be so quick to execute his own flesh and blood, affording us time to mount a rescue.
Bastard or trueborn, he is our nation's best hope. If the Holy See dares to threaten him, I shall lead the charge against the vault myself.
Hear, hear! The future of Ishgard rests on Sir Emmerich's shoulders. I too will do mine utmost to aid his cause.
I love the irony of this. Like, we've just literally witnessed a scene of the heretics trying to overthrow and burn Ishgard to the ground, and now what we are discussing basically is one tier below, if not actually a rebellion or a revolution.
Orchifon, be reasonable.
Ah, that's how you pronounce his name. I haven't known for the longest time. Horchifons, there we go.
A knight lives to serve, Father. To aid those in need. The people need Sir Emmerich more than ever, and we may be his only hope. There is no greater calling for a knight than to save the life of his fellow man. I swear to you, on the sigil of our house, that I shall do this and make you proud.
Again, like you said, Drakitz, Archfon is just an absolute bro.
Even you? Romantic, reckless fools, the lot of you. So be it. Make your preparations.
Yeah, Edmond's voice actor,
I thank you
nailing
all for
it.
your support.
Much respect to him for doing a quality job with that. And you know what's funny? I've been leveling as machinist, and much of the discussion in those quests, I've done them off stream admittedly, is about arming the common folk. And is it not so appropriate to have done that for the aid of a revolution that we're now actually plotting? We're gonna put that fucking Pope on a rope, I'm telling you! Alright, what we got? What we got? What we got? I'll have silver pieces. Yeah, that's right! We're going full Tale of Two Cities on this. Let's do this. Tasru's 20 pints in and still stone cold sober. Because that's exactly how I imagine her to act. Oh, there's a new quest here. Ah, an ever-current one. I'll do that later. Let's continue with the story. We've got momentum going with this, so I'll pick that up another time. Anyways, I hope you're all enjoying the stream. I just want to, again, thank Drakitz for doing the raid. That's hugely appreciated. I hope that you've found the time you spent thus far watching it worthwhile. If you have any interest in the VODs of the streams I've done thus far, because I've done the entirety of Realm Reborn and all of Heavensward's MSQs on stream, you can find them on our YouTube channel at Warui Deshou. But yeah, thank you everyone who's joined. I hope you're all having a good time and just generally having a good Friday night or Friday daytime, wherever you may be in the world. The mongrel. A queer moniker. Fair enough. Well, that was productive. I'm deaf as a post, lad. I can't hear ya. Get out of the way, Midgard's armor. Well, that was productive. As in, we accomplished somewhere between Jack and shit. Hey, is what it is. Alright, let's see with Gibraltar on. Oh hey look, Tatsu's speaking with the common folk. That's neat. Alright, let's go be some high-end muscle. For those who are just joining, by the way, I'll mention that I'm actually planning on streaming all the way through Endwalker. The entire reason I've been doing this is because I've streamed some of the other Final Fantasy games, specifically 7, 8, and 10, games I played when I was much younger, and had a full head of hair, and was generally much less of a cynical bastard than I am now. And I thought it'd be neat to restream them while lockdown was happening, because I'm in the UK, if you've not gathered. And that was good. And then, ever since, like, Shadowbringers came out and also Endwalker, people on, like, my Twitter feed and my social media streams, like, I've been hearing so much about how good those stories are. And it eventually got to a point where I was like, I've got to experience it for myself, I've got to give it a try. And so that's what this is all I need. I thought, well, I can't resist the siren call anymore. Gibraltar's gonna make fucking space cakes out of this, isn't he? Well, that's exactly who the woo. I mean, one of the things I most enjoy, like, as a hobby and just generally as part of, like, well, life, is just experiencing media with, like, a strong story. Something I can really sink my teeth into, like, give some thought on. With, like, you know, examine the themes and the ideas of it. Intentional otherwise. I mean, Warui Deshou, this channel, is an anime podcast, usually. And I dabble in streaming every now and again. I thought to myself, you know what, like, I'll start streaming games. Games where I can, like, talk about the story and the ideas. Anyway, here's your space cake material, go for it. And so, having heard everything I have about Shadowbringers and just the history of Final Fantasy XIV in general, how it... I mean, I've talked at length about, like, for example, what I learned from the NoClip documentary about 1.0 and the history of that and how they had to basically reinvent the game. And that in itself is a fascinating part of, like, video gaming history. We can definitely get the new Lancer. Yeah. But yeah, like, having heard all that, and then you see, like, things like the Metacritic scores. I remember seeing a viral tweet go around showing, like, the Metacritic scores for all the various expansions and how they've just skyrocketed over time. Like, eventually my interest was just like, no, I've got to see it firsthand. But having streamed stuff and wanting to talk about, like, what I find meaningful in stories, I thought, you know what? I can't not do this in private. I'll show off for the amusements of others and the entertainment and engagement of others. And so, to that end, I hope you've all been finding what I've been talking about interesting throughout all of this, if nothing else. Oh, now we're doing a wine shipment here. What is this? Fucking Deliveroo? You just sign here, and yep, we're good. Oh, that sounds like the background to the bloody Baron in Witcher 3. Hey, we got Sio in the chat. How you doing, man? Thank you very much for joining. But yeah, like, commentary on themes and stuff in story has been my raison d'etre for a very long time. So I figured it was only fair that I give it to this. And I have to say, like, as much as people have, like, acclaimed Shadowbringers and Endwalker, there's been good bits to Realm Reborn and Heavensward thus far. I've been genuinely impressed. If nothing else, I can say it feels like the creators of this game have put a lot of thought into story elements. Like, they've set things up ahead of time in great, like, with great intent. Like, take Ysayle, for example, or Iceheart. Like, again, as to restate, I thought she would just been a one-off throwaway enemy, like, you know, the cackling Ice Queen, like, I'll freeze you solid, warrior of light. But no, she's actually got, like, a backstory and motivations and struggles and doubts, and she undergoes changes and arcs. And she's like the side character of side characters. My only regret is I feel that as an MMO, like, it's actually limiting the storytelling possibilities because you don't play a defined character. I've talked before, like, about how, you know, when you play like one of many, many people in the same game, it makes it difficult to make you feel special, and there's some strides that the game takes towards that. But nonetheless, in a different, I wonder, like, if this had been a single-player game that they just released tons and tons of expansions for, would that have been better? Would it have been worse? I don't know. I will say this, though. Part of the joy of playing Final Fantasy XIV thus far has been meeting or encountering many different people, helping me through quests, or even just moments like where people have helped me out on stream doing, like, for example, the Ultimate Weapon fight, which was just a great little moment. That's not part of the, obviously, the product itself. That's just something that, like, organically develops from people I knew helping me out in a pinch, or even random people I've never met before being just genuinely helpful. But still, it was a pleasant experience. Anyway, the Thricewold Mine. This wine's going to be so mulled in the end, we're just going to be delivering a jar of vinegar to people. Everyone's a bloody romantic, aren't they? I don't know how people get by without Peloton in a city environment where you can't mount up. It's just too useful. Bloodlines? I knew this was a Castlevania game! My god. Alright. I'm going to very quickly nip away again to refresh my beer, because currently you'll note this is completely empty. And also take a quick bathroom break. I'll be only a minute or two. So I just wanted to say again, though, thank you to everyone who's joined. I really appreciate you choosing to spend your time with me as I banter on wildly about all the various things in this game. I hope you're all enjoying it. Do not adjust your browsers. I'll be back in just a little while. So shortly. And I am back. Thank you very much, everyone, for waiting. I have a Wild Child Opaque Reality beer. This will be my last beer before I move on to rum, because I'm planning on going for quite a while on this, even if I get more and more inquiry as time goes on. Also, again, I'll freely admit I'm terrible at pouring beer. Look at that. That's fucking appalling. Good thing I never worked behind a bar. I wouldn't last two fucking hours there. Ooh, that's nice though. See, that's a mango flavoured pale ale. It's actually really fucking good. I haven't had that one previously. Alright. Oh, he's only up there. Oh, what have I done? So I have a random keyboard combination. It appears to have completely broken the game. That's rather unfortunate. There we go. Yeah, I have no idea that. I think I might have hit the Windows key by accident. You still been drinking alcohol? Ah, well. At least it hasn't done what's happened previously. For people new to the stream, I was about... I can't recall what level it was, but it was the one where you have to pick a grand company, and I was listening to Bill with speech, and my entire PC bricked. It just crashed, completely corrupted my graphics card drivers, and everything just completely fell apart. It took me about half an hour to fix everything. No lasting impact, thankfully, but for a while I've been streaming on DirectX 9 just for stability. But since then I've kind of realised, or what I think might have been the problem, in that I was running the game at 60 FPS caps in order to try and free up some processing power for the streams to keep the quality up. And since then I've decided, well actually no, I'll try it without the FPS cap and see if that works. But from everything I've heard, Final Fantasy XIV is not a stable game on PC, especially if you're on an AMD card like I am. It's Tatru, of course it's not going to end well. And not for any fault of her own, I should stress. She wants to help and she always gets in a pickle every time she does. I'm not reaching that one there. Alright, you see Sasru anywhere? Nope. 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 Nope, Tasru, nope. I mean, there's Alphino, who seems to be just standing there. Again, wearing those stripy socks, which I don't think she's worn before from my memory. Like, not, at least, not before, like, Heavensward.
Where do you think you're going, Missy?
Oh god, they hired the janitor for these lines.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend.
What's going on here?
What's it to you, boy? Piss off.
Piss off.
I've seen them around. They're in and out of House 4 Tom's Manor all the time.
What is this head shaving here? Dude, if it's going to be tribal, at least make it a tattoo. Christ alive.
Oh, I see. Skulking about at your highborn master's bidding, eh? Bloodhounds hoping to catch a whiff of heresy, is that it?
The only heresy is your friend's fucking haircut, mate.
You are quite mistaken, I assure you. We came here to help. And if you know what's good for you, you will let us pass.
I literally have a gun.
Haha, listen to the pups yapping. Come here, boy. I'll give you cause to yelp.
That's so fucking stupid, I'm sorry.
Enough! Leave threatening women and children to our betters. We don't have the knack.
Hilda!
Lay a finger on the Blue Blood's pups, and you're like to lose the hand.
Look, if you want a duel, I have a gun as well, alright? Oh no, she's on our side.
And often I get called on by glorious heroes like yourself. So tell me, what have I done to deserve you?
Those two are brothers, by the way, last name fellow. Just got different first names. Beggarly and Filthy. Oh, it's Beggarly who's Filthy, and Filthy who's Beggarly. Just to mix things up a little bit. Anyway, over to the Forgotten Knight for a cheeky pint. A discussion with Hilda. Oh god, we're gonna have a fight as well. Alright. Pub fight, pub fight. It's time to equip the Yobo Jobstone and smash a beer bottle over someone's head. My chocolate coins, finally. Do, 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 do.
So, while you're on your way to kill Nidhogg, you stumbled on some dirty secrets that the Holy See has been hiding for centuries.
I do too, Drackets, and you know what's funny? I now actually, having made that joke, really wish I had some. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm planning on going to the cinema tomorrow to watch the new Top Gun film, because I've heard it's actually really good. So I might just have to pick some up on the way there.
Eh? What are they on about?
I'm very glad that like the cast of Heavensward in general, even to the Brandoms, continues to be very
High
English.
houses. And what makes a nobleman so bleeding noble? They trace their blood back to King Thordan and his knights, the founders of Ishgard. But our friends here reckon we're all descended from the heroes of Eld. Highborn and lowborn alike.
You know, like how metal bands, like death metal bands specifically, have those like band logos that look just like gnarled roots or whatever, like veins. That's Ishgard's family tree, basically.
And so Sir Emmerich, Lord Commander of the Temple Knights, has gone to ask the Archbishop if he wouldn't mind letting everyone know.
Yeah, I don't see that going down very well.
Is he simple? The old bastard will have him executed for heresy.
The old bastard's gonna kill the young bastard. It's just how things work in Ishgard.
Well, seems to me that's what the good sir wants. Seems he thinks a noble sacrifice will serve to prove his claims.
We cannot stand idly by and allow Sir Emmerich to do this. Ishgard has need of him.
Look, you've a good heart, I can see that. Willing to risk your neck for someone else even when his troubles ain't yours. But what's this got to do with me?
If Sir Emmerich is imprisoned in the vault, we will need all the help we can muster to breach their defenses and rescue him.
What in the hell's...
Ooh.
Ah, the unmistakable scent of heresy.
Oh, is this dipshit again?
And what do we have here? The honored guests of House Fortom consorting with the Queen of Rats. Ooh, plotting insurrection, I shouldn't wonder. That won't do.
I love that guy's taking that. Well, he just did the tut-tut-tut. That's the guy who's loving his job right there.
Is wont to fester and spread. It must be burnt out ere the infection takes hold.
I love that line, by the way, because that could equally apply to the entire lie behind Ishgard's history and the family trees. The infection has already taken hold because it was never burned out to begin with.
I reckon Sir'd be happy to wield the irons himself. Well, so happens. I've got irons of my own.
Can you tell, by the way, that I quite like Hilda? For a variety of reasons.
Such simple creatures, rats. Certain to attack when called.
Well, someone's turned on IDDQD. Fucking god mode prick here.
Let us step outside, my lady. In here, your toys could hurt someone.
Alright, he's left that way. There's a back door, so we're going to take that one instead. Okay, no, we're not going to do that. Even though that would make sense. Alright, let's get to it then. Take out the mooks first.
Right there!
Deal with the goons first. Hey, Hodgepodge still though. Good to see you, lad. Half an hour seeing bare days, but we got this guy, I reckon. There we go, blown it with wildfire. That was a cool fight, I enjoyed that.
There's no denying your gifts. A well-deserved reputation indeed.
Enough!
I practiced this for months.
Lucky bastard.
Nay, 'tis we who are lucky. Had we fought on, 'twas but a matter of time before our conflict claimed the life of an innocent bystander.
I kept using AoE attacks after all. I can only imagine what they're yelling.
Come here as well.
Hey, get back here, you wanker!
They came to the Temple Knights' headquarters.
Aye. Sir Grino announced that the Lord Commander had been imprisoned under suspicion of heresy, and that the Heavensward had been granted full authority in his stead.
Then the Heavensward now commands the Temple Knights.
Uh-oh.
Those still loyal to Sir Emmerich answer to me. Alas, that amounts to but half our number. The other half, who opposed his promotion to Lord Commander, have gathered at the vault as ordered.
Bolstering the guard already, eh? If I didn't know any better, I'd say you were expected.
I take it you're in charge around here?
She's got the gun. I'd say so.
Hilda. And yes, the young master was just persuading me to join his lost cause. Convincing little beggar, isn't he?
Well, it's how I was converted to join the Scions. This makes sense to me. Oh, don't give us that sly shrug, Alpha, now.
Your passion moved me. A bit. That, and the fact that we're sick of living off the leavings of our betters. If you've a mind to change things around here, then we've a mind to join you.
The irony is, like, I think the use of the word mongrel here is meant to imply, like, a bloodline element, but given the truth that we were unveiling that everyone's descended from the same lineage who are infused with the dragon blood, like, that label applies to everyone, arguably. Tale as old as time. Ah, I see. So Heavensward were instigating the whole thing in order to just have an excuse to start killing people en masse who they thought were heretics. Rare is the man eager to die for a cause he does not hold dear. Yep, I can hear that. I say to give this Pope a length of rope to hang himself with. Let's do this! Let's get to it. And Midgard Sama's there like, you're all going to die. I mean, you can't introduce us to a pope in a story like this, especially in a Final Fantasy story, no less, and not have us end up fighting him. Just kind of inevitable. Alright, time to head into the vaults then. And we're just the right level for it as well. 16 minutes! Jesus Christ! I in theory could do this on my warrior or white mage, which are level caps, and that would speed things up a bit, but cripes alive. Oh, never mind. I guess they meant 16 seconds. Fucking hell, that's great. That's incredible. Average wait 16 minutes, actual wait 16 seconds. Who knew? Who fucking knew? Well, if we're going to enter the vault, we need to start gunning up the place. I do like to believe, by the way, that this organ music is being played diegetically. So there's just some guy going mental on the organ in the background. Last time I was in a place like this was where I was playing Blasphemous. Oh, heck no, you're not hitting me with fireballs, you prick. Also, shouts to Parablillium in the chat. Hope you're doing alright. Alright, first boss time. Oh, look, it's the Goon Squad. Let's take out the ads first. Uh-oh. Ah, so you remember what they said about the dragons being able to get, like, about powering up through the power of dragons? That's what he's done. What a scrub. The other neat thing about this dungeon as well is, from what people have been saying in chat, like, there's been all that discussion of, like, oh, you know, all the poor. Like, that's why the characters in the broom have been introduced. And we see this going on here, this absolute hodgepodge of nonsense. Where they can spend this much on a fucking cathedral, but they can't feed their fucking citizens. It's true, Drakits. That's how it works. Oh, check that mood lighting. This is very pretty. Oh, wrong button there. Never mind. Alright, we've got perfect self for this coming boss. Oh, is this dickhead again? I remember him from the previous quests.
I'll cut you to pieces! I will not yield to you!
Someone's a sore loser. Oh, he's got fucking void portals open as well. Fantastic. I had you. My ass, you did. My ass. Gotta build that heat gauge for the final boss. I'm just reading it on all the loot because it's going to be an upgrade for me at this point. A minor one at that, so I don't really care all that much, but... Oh, we got gargoyles as well, because of course we do. You know what I said before about this being a Castlevania game? We're literally ascending a Castlevania tower here. Oh, it's you again. This guy's not even waiting to transform. Right, let's go full BFG division on this stupid bastard. I see. Works like that hard dungeon. Okay, no problem there.
And now the final cut.
Oh, that line read was terrible.
Sickness must be purged. Be done with you.
Oh shit! I did not see that there.
Sickness must be purged. Sickness must be purged.
We got this. Woo! Yeah, I cocked up that last bit because I didn't expect it to spawn it midway through that particular phase, but... Well, I didn't die, so I'll take that. Or if it's getting greeted. Shouts to Bikimiko Taki. Solid tank. Very happy with that.
Our power! How can this be?
Well, it's like someone once said, you know, like, God made men, but it was Samuel Colt that made him equal. I brought a gun to a dragon fight.
Fall back!
Oh, my old bones, I can't move any faster. Not even a mobility ramp on the airship, come on. Ironbrick's definitely seen better days.
Father, please! We were not too late, my friend. Why must you do this, Father? Nidhogg is fallen. There is no need for further deception. Now is the time to renounce the lies which led us down this path. To start anew!
And tear down the very pillars of our society?
Our history, our values, everything we have built over 1,000 years. A fool to the last.
Speaking as a British man, I can relate. I can relate not to Archbishop Thorn, of course, but to the exact opposite of his sentiment. What?
Look out!
No. No, you fucking did. No! You. Oh my god!
Go. Asisla awaits.
Right. You know, I've been discussing about vengeance? About wanting to, you know, like... Oh, someone's gonna die for that.
You are unharmed. Forgive me. I could not bear the thought of... Oh, do not look at me so. A smile better suits a hero. To Harchifon, what a fucking bro, all the way to the end, and just also to the writers of this game. Like, holy shit, I actually felt something when that happened, and I'm glad that they let my character emote a little bit. Holy shit. I mean, we've known Harchifon since the Realm Reborn leveling experience. I mean, this is where I have to again talk about the idea of like the time frame in which I'm experiencing also, because for people who played Final Fantasy XIV from the very beginning, when I say the beginning, I really mean 2.0. They'll have known Harchifon for a while. Like, they'll have known him for a couple of years, at the very least, before Heavensward came out. And now he's dead, and... Oh, those fucking close line, like... I'm legit emotional over that. Fucking hell. He was such a likable character. I mean, I'll also say, like, I had the feeling for a while that he was probably...
Please.
In fact, yeah, that's probably the best way of putting it. I should keep my fucking commentary for myself for now.
A knight lives to serve, to protect, to sacrifice. There is no greater calling.
Can I just say, though, like... I know people have said, like, that Edmond's voice actor, like, they had such respect for him after he passed. You can just hear that emotional inflection, the anguish in his words. Like, he's saying what he feels on paper is true, but, like, he's hurting inside.
Leave me to mourn and give chase. For my son, and for the nation he loved. Go!
His sacrifice shall not be forgotten.
My son.
Fucking hell. I am... I have nothing to add. Like, it speaks for itself. Alphanar's right. Like, he was the one who looked after us, like, when we were exiled from Uldar and basically Arzia at whole. So, the thing I was going to comment on as well is that I don't know if this is canonically true or not, but I always got the impression that Haurchefant was gay. And, you know what? Like, as a cishet dude, like, I'm really glad that if he is gay, like, that characters like him exist in this kind of fiction and he's so well beloved. Because there needs to be better representation of LGBTQ plus stuff in general, in my opinion. And, yeah, he was just a fucking great guy from start to end. Always likeable, always chipper. Hey, maybe he's bisexual then, Drakis, in which case, fine. Like, I'm all for the representation, and especially when it's as well fleshed out and likeable a character as that. Alright, we best get to the Sea of Clouds then. In fact, no, not the Sea of Clouds, I lied. We need to go this way. Sorry, my map mark was confusing me a little bit there. Well, I hope you've been enjoying it, Uusai. I see, I see. Alright, let's speak to Imric. Estidian, like, seriously, dude, just go take a fucking shower. Well, Uusai, like, that's just hella timing.
My friends, I am in your debt.
Think nothing of it. The wounds are healing well, I trust.
Some wounds do not heal.
He really does who the woo. Dad, it's my turn on the Xbox. Dad!
1,000 years of lies, all to deceive the common man.
I love that shading on his eyes, by the way, but you can't see it.
For the blood of the Knights 12 flows within all our veins. You knew this to be true. You knew, and you concealed it.
I should be interested to hear how you came by this knowledge.
It's been a pleasure, Uwu. Thank you for stopping by. Even if it's just short numbers, like I hope you have a great Friday. And thanks in turn again to Drackets for the raid. I hope you've all been enjoying it thus far. What I find especially oh wait.
King Thordan and his knights 12 entrapped and butchered the great worm Ratatosker, that they might partake of her eyes and thereby transcend their mortal limits.
I was just going to say, it's actually kind of funny that Imric is confronting his father over this, because, of course, the illegitimacy of his siring and all that is great. Like, in the sense that, oh, my like real identity is hidden under, like, you know, a series of lies, but there's an even greater series of lies I wish to expose.
Upon learning of their treachery, Nidhogg was consumed with a murderous and justified rage. I dare say you know what followed.
Oh, it justified as well. Is that true, Thordan? Like, so we fucks up right royally. We're just going to let this... Oh, God. Fucking Pope's on a rope, I'm telling you.
The great worm slew the king and half of his knights.
Aye, but Nidhogg was subdued, and his eyes plucked from their sockets by the knights that remained.
Thank you, Urisaru. And thank you to everyone who has also dropped a follow as well. I really appreciate it.
Their one mistake was to show mercy. For from his brother Hreisvelger did Nidhogg receive a new eye, thus rejuvenating his form and empowering him to embark upon an eternal quest for vengeance.
Whilst Thordan's son Haldreth took one of Nidhogg's eyes and learned to wield its power in defense of his people.
Everyone be trading eyes all over the place.
Thus was the first Azure Dragoon born, and ever since that time, his honored successors have risen to drive Nidhogg from our lands whenever the worm has returned to plague us.
I appreciate it, Drackets, and you've actually just hit 100 followers on our account, so extra special thanks to you for being that, for reaching that milestone. Say, my intent is to continue all the way until Endwalker.
I ask you, my son, will you answer for my sins? Will your son and his son answer for me as well?
What do you mean?
If a man cannot atone for his sins in the course of his all too fleeting life, must his progeny then be held to account? Must every subsequent generation be judged as well?
Well, the answer to that is yes. If they continue to perpetuate the same lies and mistakes and attitudes and behaviours that have made life the way it is, like as awful as it is. So yes, Archbishop Thordan VII. The answer to that is very much yes, if they continue to keep fucking up.
Thordan's betrayal of Ratatosker was an unconscionable, unforgivable sin. Should we then, as his descendants, meekly surrender ourselves to an eternity of punishment? Nay, say I. I would not see our children sacrificed in a vain attempt to appease an implacable foe.
about trying to do something or anything, though, like what we did. We went on that elongated journey to go see Frailsfigure, and, you know, it didn't accomplish it, but at least we tried.
Like us, my son. To they who live forever, the wrongs of antiquity are as those of yesterday. No reparations shall ever suffice. This fact alone should serve as ample justification for our actions. Yet some refuse to see it as such. For men like you, who yearn to commit themselves to a nobler cause, a more compelling narrative is required.
A lie.
This is your solution. This is how you protect our people. You have given us a lost cause, a death sentence. With your compelling narrative, you but doom our countrymen to give their lives for a lie.
And I mentioned before, like, the comparison between this and Final Fantasy X. And I'll say again, like, for me, I don't mind that this narrative is being reused because it's still a good one. The context is different, the characters are different, and the emotional moments are still, like, their own. So I'm entirely okay with this ongoing, like, story of religious deception, even if it has been done before in a different Final Fantasy game.
And they do so gladly. Highborn and lowborn alike are proud to serve, to fight and die for their country.
To be thrown into the fucking fire.
And what would you say to them? What would you tell the wives who have lost their husbands? The mothers who have lost their sons? That their loved ones died for naught? Over the course of 1,000 years, countless men have donned these robes, and every one of them came to accept the necessity of this solution. Once, I hoped you might come to accept it as well.
Just for it to continue on for... Fuck this guy. I knew we were going to fight the Archbishop eventually, but I'm all the gladder that we've got the more compelling reason to do it. Or as he would call it, the compelling narrative.
Despair, my son. Soon I shall free us from the sins of antiquity, and bring about the change you so fervently desire.
This conversation is over!
If he has spoken with others, I would have their names. Escort him to a cell and question him thoroughly.
Go through the list.
Your Eminence.
Trademark. You know, I'm looking forward to the final fight against the Heavensward, where I'm going to play my Black Mage, which has been, like, what I envision as my character's, like, primary class, if that means anything, for the longest time. I'm looking forward to setting all their faces on fire.
You saw something, did you not? A vision of the past?
So this is the power of the Echo. Would that it had shown you a finer moment from my past.
I love the second half of that line. Like, it's the Echo, like, is such a convenient plot device for getting, like, out, like, flashbacks and stuff, even if it isn't grainy, like, you know, what was it the Uncharted 2 called it? The next-gen filter or whatever. But I like that characters at least have some, like, reaction to it emotionally.
'Twas an exercise in futility, as you saw. Faced with the firmity of his conviction and his many ready rejoinders, my words deserted me. To be frank, I am embarrassed to recall it.
That feels like so many moments of my own life, I won't even begin to recall them.
A friend once impressed upon me the importance of differentiating between words, deeds, and beliefs. Were he here, I suspect he would judge your father's conviction to be no more than rank, self-serving delusion.
Speaking of rank, Estinian, have you had a shower yet? Just saying.
Even so, I cannot help but wonder what manner of change he intends to bring about.
I have given some thought to that as well. During the battle within the vault, the Heavensward demonstrated strange and unnatural abilities.
Aye, The manner in which Ser Zephyrin struck down Lord Haurchefant was unlike anything I've ever seen before.
The spectacle called to mind King Thordan and his Knights 12 as they are depicted in scripture, holy powers and all.
Mere fabrications, which have become objects of faith, instilled with the belief of countless devoted souls. 7 hells!
If Lady Iceheart can use her own body as a vessel for summoning, I see no reason why others could not.
Are the Heavensward truly so reckless?
Unbelievable.
As they fled, my father spoke of Aziz La. Though I know not what he intends, I fear no good shall come of it. His ambitions are too great, and his minions too powerful. We must find the Heavensward and stop my father before it is too late.
The answer to that, Drac, is I'm not entirely sure. I will actually, in fact, I'll tell you what. This is where I will use the power of my mobile phone to see if I can get that for you.
Many years ago, a supercomputer designed a perfectly shaped chip. Pringles, knowing one.
I'm not entirely sure, to be quite honest. Yeah, just see if it works, give it a try. Yeah, you know what? Life or death, I'm gonna have Ser Zephyrin's heart. Damn right. The man that shit on a steak. There you go. Well, looks like it works to me. Drackets, by all means, I don't mind. I mean, at the end of the day, this is being streamed publicly as it is anyway, so I have no, like, sense of embarrassment or fear of that. If it'll get more attention on the channel and what I'm doing, go right fucking ahead. You fucking do it, my friend. Anyways, I'm not finishing the stream just yet. I am, however, going to plead for a quick break again, just so I can actually... I have more beer, but I'm going to refill this with a rum, actually, as it turns out. And I'm going to continue on. I've got a particular endpoint in mind for the MSQ, so we're going to be going for another hour or so, yeah. Well, just to stop what I was saying, like, no, I appreciate your, I appreciate you asking, like, that's quite polite, so, yeah, thank you for that. No, in all honesty, like, share as many clips as you want, share the Twitch sale, share the Twitter, do whatever you want with it. All the links are there. But yeah, I'm in a way to go and have another bathroom break, grab another rum, and we're going to continue on the MSQs, because we're not quite done yet. I have a specific endpoint in mind for this particular stream. About another hour, maybe an hour and a half left to go. I mean, it is a Friday night. I've got nothing better to do in my time. But yes, thank you everyone who's joined, who's watching right now. I really appreciate all of your time that you're willing to spend watching me talk about this, banterize, play this game. It means a lot. So, I won't be very long. Take time for yourselves to go grab a fresh drink or make yourself comfortable, do whatever you want to do. I'll be back in about 2-3 minutes or so. In a bit, everyone. And I am back. Thank you very much, everyone, for waiting. I've returned with a Captain Morgan's and Coke and skull-shaped ice cubes. Someone gave me a mold for them once, and I thought, well, why not use them? Alright, let's go speak to Sid and ask him if he wants to get involved in the suicide mission. Anyway, now's probably a good time to switch back to Dragoon. Anyways, I'm going to raise a toast to Horchafon for being a likeable character in his own right, and to the voice actor for putting on a great performance, and just generally to the quality of the writing in this game that, I mean, we've not yet hit the peaks of it by the, many people's own admission that Shadowbringers and Endwalker are the real highs of Final Fantasy XIV. But goddammit, I cared about Horchafon. I felt bad when that happened to him. So I will gladly raise a drink to him and to the writers for actually doing a good enough job that I gave a shit about him. Yeah, about that, Sid. Things have been pretty... yeah, meh. That's my reaction to Alpha now. He was a good man. I love Sid's line though, like, of course it's some phenomenal source of cosmic power. I love it. Oh, Sid, you so funny. On a side note, I'm glad my PC hasn't bricked itself yet. There's still time, admittedly, but it's good to see that it hasn't exploded. Let's make it so! I mean, you don't call a ship the Enterprise without having those jokes happen. So if I'm not mistaken,
the northern reaches of the Sea of Clouds, where countless isles yet remained uncharted. In search of a mysterious land known as Azizlar, and the unmasked villain who sought to claim its secrets.
So I'll say this, the last time we were up in this particular area, we encountered Bismarck.
Threat which followed in their wake, they came.
So we're going to see that giant white whale proto-sin again. You go do that, I've got an Evercurrent to attune to. Oh, time for scrap. That skybox is very pretty. Uh-oh. Oh, great! We've got the fucking Imperials showing up! As if our days couldn't get any worse. Alright. Oh shit, they brought a gunship in, because of course they have.
The hospitality of a village? Damn right, I'm in for that. Oh, jumped the gun a bit there. Oh, there's a new Ephraim there. Cool. Ah. I didn't even see that, so, Oh, I can jump on this. There we go. We got Mothras in here. Alright, that's those enemies dealt with. Where were we? By the way, one small detail, I love that the Everites also have, like, different designs depending on where, like, they are or what culture created them. Like, the ones in the cities are obviously much more, like, shaped, like, refined in shape, where this one is just, like, a big stout one. There's your Proto Sin again. Glomp. Look at these guys trading over here, they're great. Yeah, look at that, it's a very distinct Everite. It's just little details like that, like they care about the world building, it's good.
A man with a gigantic beard. Who moves about like as slow as a snail. I'm sensing this plan is going to involve sinking the Bismarck after a fashion. Yes. Give me that level up. Alright, gotta learn more about the white whale. I love those names, by the way. Zundu sell it, Zundu fix it. That's great. Such a lovely little detail. There's our dude there, so we'll give him a bow. Hmm. Oh, there's a slash trick for you. Well, how many times have we done something that involved a crazy plan? What's one more crazy plan on the pile? A big chunky island, one with like plenty of seasoning on it. Alright, let's speak to Chief Sonu and find ourselves a tasty, chunky island. Oh, before I forget though, since this is here in the distance, it'd be rude not to. I'm guessing those are ever current quests, but I'll take care of them off stream. In the meantime, let's go see the scout. Who's all the way over there. Actually, no, I'm going to switch to a different mount because I don't like the noise it makes whenever it's constantly, like, walking. It's too rhythmic for my taste. Hey, hope everyone's enjoying the stream. Hope you're having a good time and a good Friday for that matter. Just so people watching are aware ahead of time, I'm more than likely going, in fact, like 95% likely, going to be streaming again next week on both Thursday and Friday. My Twitter is linked in the, in the overlay you can see here. So keep an eye out on that. Feel free to drop me a follow if you want so, you know. And I'll pop on when I'm actually going to start streaming again. Or, of course, you can keep an eye out for the Twitch notifications as well if you've already followed the channel. But yeah, I'll be following up next week. As it turns out, you know, good old Queenie, Queen Elizabeth II, or whatever the fuck her name is, has seen fit to gift us residents of the UK with 2 days off next week. So I'm going to spend that time doing Heavensward streaming more than likely. And maybe going out and having a couple of drinks otherwise, but still. I'm definitely looking to finish the main story quest, at least for the 3.0 content by the end of next week, so keep an eye out for that. Oh, is it time for me to quote Moby Dick? Chasing around the maelstrom through perdition's flames and all that. Right, on to Duty Finder then. Alright, let's go confront Bismarck then. Still such a ridiculously huge area. In fact, I should probably check and see. Yeah, so we've got all of the travel-related ones. We just need one of the quest-related ones, then we're good. As upon decent gear for this, nothing else. You know, it looks absolutely terrible. All the bears to fight with. Anyway, while I'm doing that, I suppose I can actually just head over to and in and just set my glamours properly. I'm one of those people who gets very into the appearance of my character. I don't like wearing full head armor if at all possible, like helmets for example. I prefer to be goggles, some sort of like eye patch, something like that. That's just what I do. So while waiting to go and head into the Limitless Blue, we can do some glamoring up. I haven't yet set a proper glamour plate for this, by the way, which is why I'm doing it this way rather than just simply applying it right now. I'll do. Hey, we got some good news. I got an achievement for that. That's nice. This has been the Squadron Command stuff that I've been doing off stream, but it's not all that interesting to be honest. This is why I've not really shown it. I'm gonna be slossing here to make this work. I want that NGP. I want my throne. That'll do. Get my NGP, damn it. I've been saving up all my gold saucer points for the Archon throne, which is 750,000. I currently have 559,000, as you can see. I basically want to have a throne so I can be like Netron from DC Comics. Oh, never mind that. Let's get to this thing. So I can be like this constantly, doing the Gendo Ikari while flying around the world. All right, let's sing the fucking Bismarck. Let's do this. So we're just gonna tour an island around. Why not? Like I said, it's a proto-sim, this creature.
So the first step down there. Alright, one down. Oh shit, I didn't even pay attention to that. Ah! Alright, we got him. Well, that was just rude. This music is fucking great, by the way. Got him. We've done it! Yes! Nothing wrong with being tempted with more food, Drackets. Shouts to everyone who did that, by the way. They all did a bang-up job there. That was so smooth. I got play accommodation! Yes! Well, we sunk the Bismarck. I think part of the problem with, from my perspective, like having just played it, I think the issue is perhaps that it feels like it's too quick. Like, that didn't take very long at all and didn't feel all that challenging. I feel like that for all that the build-up the Bismarck had, like, that it should have been much more dangerous than it was. So I understand your point there, Draken. It's like, it's not as bad as the bridge fight with the dragon in Realm Reborn just before the end of the MSQs. Oh, I've got to tune my radio for this.
blessing small.
Really does feel like you've got the radio tuned badly there. I mean, to your point there, Paralilium, it's kind of a double-edged sword because it shouldn't be, like, in my opinion, like, too difficult for people just wanting to do the MSQs. You want to keep progressing the story. So obviously you don't want it to be, like, too difficult. But you do have to... Oh, never mind that. We got these two morons.
So the Lord of Mists, as did all others before him.
Rude? I didn't give you an invitation.
How much time does this make, warrior of light? Ah, how much you have grown. Far beyond the limits of mere mortals.
He has what we seek.
That he does. The key to Azizla and the secrets of Alag.
Oh, the Alagians are involved in this as well. Oh, that's just fucking great.
I see you have regained the blessing of light, albeit at a fraction of its former strength.
Yoink!
My thanks to you, Asian. And to you as well, Warrior of Light, for saving us the effort of slaying Bismarck.
So always stealing the credit, aren't you, Forden? Why, yes, this USB thumb drive will serve me well.
In our grasp, the path to the heavens shall at last be laid bare.
Let us go, Heavensward! Sorry, too easy. Too filled with purple smoke. Can't fight back. So we're gonna kill the Warrior of Light here and now while he's paralyzed? No? Oh, what a bunch of morons. Why are they killing me right here and now? It'd be so easy for them to do so.
By our deeds shall the wrongs of antiquity be righted, and man reclaim the reins of history.
Honestly, I expected Zavinia, whatever his name was, just to flip off Sid as he was flying past. Next time, perhaps. Oh, that looks bad. Oh, shit. So it's funny, I've been watching Escaflowne recently, and this is giving me big Escaflowne vibes. It also looks shockingly like Urdak from Doom Eternal. Well, that could have gone better.
Wait, something is amiss.
Uh-oh. It's never an easy time for the Scions, is it? Oh, the fucking Empire again.
Imperial troops. And they have already secured the area.
Reveal yourselves at once!
I have a shiny helmet and that makes me important! It takes 6 hours to put this armor on. You will respect me! Alright, which one of you dickheads wants to die first then?
And there I was expecting more beastmen. Who are you?
I thought Ishgardians responsible for the disappearance of our scouts, but I see now that I was mistaken.
Uh-oh. Hi, I'm wearing a silly hat.
Just as Warrior observed, the Warrior of Light is wont to appear at the most inopportune times.
The Warrior of Light? He who bested Van Baelsar?
I bested multiple times. I've ran that dungeon plenty.
It would seem that the famous hero of Eorzea seeks Azizlar as well. Hardly unexpected. The secrets of the Allagan's power to bind icons to their will could scarcely fail to interest the scions of the Seventh Dawn. You know as well as we what will ensue should these insatiable creatures be allowed to roam free. That their very existence threatens the life of this star. We but disagree on the solution to the problem.
So, can I just point out, I've worn a fair few hats in my time, like trilbies and whatever, in my younger and more stupider days. And keeping them on was always difficult. And so I'm seeing this guy's hat here, like this fucking thing. And how he doesn't tilt his head and just have it fall off immediately. It's like, oh, don't mind me, I'm sorry. This thing's really awkward. It needs a chin strap.
Genocide has ever been the Empire's favored recourse. And that is why we will continue to oppose your every attempt to claim Eorzea.
You do not hesitate to speak your mind, even when your every word could be your last. Alas, your sentiments betray the narrowness of your view. The fate of Eorzea and its inhabitants is of little concern next to the fate of the world.
I practice this escape swish.
My charge as Emperor to bring the icons to here. If this requires the extermination of certain elements, then so be it.
No, don't! They are not his thralls!
Heck yeah!
Where did that come from?
I can't see out of this helmet! I'm sorry, but silly helmets and all that. Of course he can't see shit.
Your Radiance, we must withdraw.
Oh, fucking hell. That's got big, Executor, like the Super Star Destroyer energy.
We shall meet again, Warrior of Light. On that you have my word.
So Garlemald too has designs on Azizlar. But why would the Emperor himself elect to lead the expedition?
All I'm gonna say is I can't wait to put some sugar in that fucking airship's gas tank. You would entirely. You'd be exactly right, Who the Woo. It would be a capital ship. Alright, let's go speak to Sid. And hey, unless you think my Star Wars references are misplaced, I mean, I remember Gaius Van Balsar in prior to his boss fight, quoting literally from the Emperor, "It is your from Darth Vader. It is your destiny, Sid, to join me at my side." The world owes a lot to Star Wars, I must say, or at least fiction in general. Sid, don't tempt fate. Honestly. Make it so, Sid. And we got a wind-up Sid toy as well. Always welcome. Nice one, Wedge. You probably saved the entire realm by doing that.
I did not think that I would ever have occasion to pilot a suit of Magitech armor again. Least of all under these circumstances.
That's right. She was a member of... she came from Garlemald. I'm sure she'll have the gem on her head, won't she? Yep, there we go.
My full name is Lucia Go Junius, and I was born a citizen of Garlemald.
Ah, that explains it. When we first met in Ishgard, I very nearly called you Livia.
Livia? Livia Sus Junius? The tribunus who served under Gaius Van Balsar?
Aye, she was my sister, though we spent little time together. After our parents were killed in an uprising, we were sent to live in different households, setting us on separate paths. Livia felt at home on the battlefield and chose to become a soldier, while I underwent training to become a spy.
Then, Ishgard was...
My mission. It was believed that Allagan relics of great worth were stored in the vault, and I was sent to investigate.
Oh, check that light trail.
Though I was given little information at the time, I now suspect I was searching for the key we but recently lost. And then I met Sir Emmerich. 'Twas his usefulness to my mission which prompted me to approach him, but I soon found myself drawn to him for other reasons. He too was a prisoner of his past, judged for his heritage as a bastard son of the Archbishop. Yet unlike my sister and I, he did not curse his fate. He simply rose above it.
Whatever your origins, wherever you may came from, you can rise beyond it. You can be something graced in the circumstances of your birth.
I came to realize that I had found a man worth following, and a new home besides. And when I subsequently confessed all to Sir Emmerich, he was good enough to accept me into his service.
I do not question your loyalty to Sir Emmerich. It is your loyalty to your sister which concerns me.
You should be one to speak, Alpha, now. I'm just saying.
That those who dwell in the past risk losing sight of their future. My sister fought for her convictions and for those she held dear. So do I. So must we all.
Well, I, for one, am happy to welcome a fellow Garlean to our merry band. Especially one who can make Magitech armor sing.
Ah, my skull ice cubes are no more.
Chief, we should be getting close.
I'm sorry, but that every time I hear Big Speak, I just think that it's literally fucking Cole Meany. Miles O'Brien from fucking TNG and DS9. I can't shake it! He sounds exactly like him! Is Biggs gonna have like a evil clone turn up? Oh my god. I bet that air smells like eggs and farts. Like, it just looks very sulfuric.
Look! I think that's it! Chief, is that Allagan? Aye. There's no mistaking their handiwork.
What was that?
Some sort of barrier.
Sounds like stock sound effects to me.
She won't hold, Chief! She's breaking up!
She cannot take no more, Captain!
I've lost the auxiliary propeller!
Oh god, it really is going full.
It's no use. We must return to Ishgard and find another.
It really is going full Star Trek right now.
Damn it all! Why do the Allagans always have to make everything so bloody complicated?
Well, that could have gone better. Oh, damn right, who the woo. They don't have like they've been named the Enterprise, not for all those jokes and all those quips to follow. No way. Anyway, I'm going to switch to Black Mage for a little bit, just for these cutscenes.
In summary, the Isle owes its lofty position to the industry of the Allegons. And we can be all but certain that the Archbishop and his cronies are enjoying the view from its top.
I see.
If we are to join them, we will first need to pass through the Isle's etheric barrier, which is, alas, more powerful than most. Powerful enough to make a mess of a perfectly good airship at any rate. As far as I can gather, the barrier mechanism draws ether from the surrounding environment and polarizes its elemental aspect to produce what is, in effect, a wall of lightning.
Sounds shocking to me. Ho ho ho!
It seems plain that without the Vanu's key, any attempt to reach the Isle will end in failure.
Alas, the key was careless enough to leave without us, and I don't think the Vanu keep a spare.
Damn it.
Master Garland, based on your experience, is there no other way that we might breach the barrier?
Well, in the past, we've beaten similar barriers by nullifying them with elemental converters. But the one we're up against this time dwarfs aught we've encountered before. The Enterprise simply isn't large enough to bear the requisite amount of crystals.
I'm reminded of the quantity needed to nullify Leviathan's command of the sea. A veritable mountain of crystals that could only be borne by lashing 2 galleons together to form a twin vessel, scarcely able to propel itself, much less fly.
That said, we're not without options. If it isn't feasible to nullify the barrier, we might try piercing it.
How?
We create a ram of condensed ether and mount it on my ship. There's just one problem. I don't have the faintest idea how to build one. It's going to take a true authority in the field, I reckon.
Would that the Archons were still with us.
But yesterday evening, I chanced to find Mistress Tataru in unusually high spirits. Assuming I understood her excited ramblings correctly, she has acquired a clue, pointing to the whereabouts of one such individual.
An Archon? Truly?
Ha! Fortune favors the righteous, eh? Well then, let's not waste any time. While you go and look for our missing friend, I'll work on modifying the Enterprise. Her hull will need reinforcing to bear the punishment, not to mention a mount for the ram. Just you wait, my pretty. By the time I'm finished, you'll be an airship reborn.
Flying around in a realm reborn, no less. Yeah, an Archon who apparently still around with Charlene. I just realised where he's teleporting. It's literally right here. Boing. Typical. Alright, back to Uldar we go then. Fire up that teleporter. Again, very Star Trek, what can I say? That's your soulless staff. One staff, whatever. Belongs to her anyway. That's stock. Last time I heard that was like when I played Splinter Cell. So that's stock like night vision goggles sound. Ah, the good old live stream. It served us well in 7. It served us well in 14 as well. So it just looks like his shoulder might have survived the experience. Good. Might as well use the wind-up Sid while we got it. That's right, this was the exit we took from the sewers when we escaped in the end of the Realm Reborn quests. Ah, that stock noise. It does the trick. Alright, let's head to Gridania then. Well, since we're visiting the Seas Seers, might as well turn up as a white mage. Why not? Oh, actually, no, never mind that. I want that XP. Now I can present myself as a white mage. Why not? Mix things up a little bit. Is this the first time I've been able to actually move around inside the Lotus Stand? Because every time before then, it's just been immediate cutscene territory. Interesting. Anyway, County Centre again. She was a real solid when we were in Mockholm, so yeah, good to see her again.
In requesting the Elemental's assistance to find Y'shtola, you must needs be aware of one difficulty. A difficulty born of the fundamental difference between man and Elemental.
That being?
In perceiving the world around him, man relies upon senses such as sight and sound. For the sake of convenience, he gives names to such things as are near or dear to him.
Beer, for example.
Being formed of pure ether, however, such concepts are foreign to the elementals. Instead, they perceive by observing the ebb and flow of the energies of life. So profound a division cannot be bridged with simple discourse. The elementals' voices stir not the air, and thus reach not our ears, while our words are but wind to them. Though we seers can commune with them through feelings, naught that we can impart will serve to aid them in identifying Y'shtola. Nay, they must needs be presented with ether which is akin to hers. If you could but find a family member.
Oh! I know just the person! Y'shtola has a sister who came to live in Gridania. She told me about her once.
That's handy. Convenient.
Oh, that is most fortunate indeed. Pray, seek this sister out then, and bring her to Evershade. There, we shall petition the Great One's aid in finding your lost companion.
Right, let's the Lancers Guild and we'll go and meet Y'shtola's sister. The Sons of St. Connet, by the way, are the faction involved in exploring the Crystal Tower, which we've done previously. Alright, let's head to Evershade. I did not know that, by the way, Hudawu. Thank you for telling me. I haven't pursued some of the job quest line, to be quite honest. I'm content with the roles I've got. I basically want one of each of each like role. So like tank, healer, melee DPS, ranged DPS, magical ranged DPS. I'll switch between them as needed. And also, again, there's like certain like roles that my character has like that or like my perception of like how I perceive my character, where I'd be like, I don't want them to, like, you know, be like, say, a dancer or a monk. Like, it's just not like the headcanon I have about how my character works.
Arun, if you would.
Just gonna wave my hands back and forth.
Hearken to me, O great ones. Pray give yourselves to the life stream, a drifting soul to find.
Do you know what might help with this? I'm a white mage after all.
Please, Y'shtola. Please come back to us.
There. Now!
Someone get us some clothes, damn it! The sensor lights can only last so long!
A room has been readied at the roost. Pray, bear her thither at once.
Great those guys, like, you know, for taking care of her like that.
All that remains is to pray, my friends.
I'm curious if that nod that she gives is because I am a white mage. Like, if you weren't one, would she just walk past without doing anything? Because I know there's been job-specific dialogue, which has been very welcome throughout all of the game. Just curious about that. Anyway. Yeah, that tasty experience. Alright. On that note, ladies, gentlemen, enemies, thank you very much for joining me tonight. I'm going to leave it there. Y'shola's back. We've accomplished a lot. Nidog's dead. Bismarck's dead. A lot of people are dead, basically. A lot of creatures dead. They all kind of sort of deserved, I guess. But we've also uncovered the, you know, backstory of the Dragonstone War and the fact that it's all a load of lies and bullshit and hogwash. And there's a reckoning to be had in, you know, the Allegan, like, floating island fortress. I am going to be back next week to do the remainder of Heavensward, basically. I'll do one stream in which we cover the remainder of the the 3.0 content, and then it'll be all the post 3.0 patch content covering to the end of Stormwood. We're going to do it all in one go. I'll be doing that on Friday and Saturday of next week, more than likely. But until then, I hope you all take care of yourselves. Thank you very much to everyone who's dropped by, whether you're watching this on the VOD or otherwise. A special shout out to Drackets and the Raid, who joined us later on, partway through. Thank you very much for your contributions and your time. It's been great having you all along. Take care of yourselves, everyone. Have a fantastic weekend, and I'll see you soon. In a bit.